Hey, Brenda.
Finally, I appear.
I see.
Things have settled down a little. Weh, moto niliekwa nayo.
I know. You've been
How are
everywhere.
you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. Nice to
Lala tu kazi mob.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. We are now in 2021. Last time we spoke in 2020.
Right?
Yeah, it's glad to have you back.
IT si mchezo.
Mchezo. So job inaendeleaje?
Manze, sema every week it's something new.
Okay.
It would have been bad for someone with IT background. Mimi sasa na swim kila siku. I'm like a fish lost in the ocean, you know?
Oh, man.
Everywhere I get information, I just take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nimelearn a lot mambo za database. At least niko na more information now.
Okay.
Plank mpaka .net. Wacha tu.
Oh, you did .NET. Did you do C# or you did ASP.NET ama ipi?
Frankly, has been gani, but tunatumia Visual Studio.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That looks like you learned too many things. Now you're coming back with a lot of knowledge.
Which is still very not much relevant yet. So wacha tu nianze tu from scratch.
Or they will all come together. Monica used to ask the same thing. Now we are doing AWS, we are doing Linux. I don't understand how they're gonna come together.
Yeah, kwanza sahi we migrated fully to AWS last week. Nikasema perfect timing. My goodness.
Yeah, so this one is gonna work real good for you.
So now the requirements that I had on the job description.
Yeah, the one you sent me. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's gonna come in very handy now. At least I have time naweza jipanga better.
Yeah, I'm very glad you.
And I don't work weekends anymore. Ile 50, 70-hour shift yangu no more.
Mm-hmm. So just regular.
It's a 40-hour week. So that gives me enough time.
Uh-huh. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hi, Emily. Emily is probably on mute.
Yeah.
That's good. So where did you go for your honeymoon? No, you are yet planning.
Probably nitaomba pesa tena ya kwenda honeymoon because we only had enough time to fly to California.
Okay.
Colorado Hills, have the wedding, and then I flew back.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice. You did a wedding in the cold season. Very cold now.
Oh, no. In El Dorado ilikuwa 68, 70. That was perfect weather. Hata sikuwa nimevaa sweater.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Perfect. Si baridi, si joto. Even ndo venye winter zao ziko.
Yeah, those people are in the tropics.
I know. Can't wait to move. They're moving there in about 2 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nangoja tu lease yangu ya New York iishe, then I move to California.
So you'll be working remote? You're working in New York right now. Are you going to be working remote now?
I'm fully remote kutoka nianze. Sijai set foot kwa IHS offices.
Oh, really? Okay.
They just sent me a laptop and that's it. So before nitoke, I'll just go for the big monitors. Nazo. Ndio sitaweza kukuja kwa ofisi New York, but my boss told me I can move anytime I want.
Oh, really?
Yeah, perfect. Nakwambia.
You can't even work from Nairobi?
I can even work from Nairobi, by the way.
You're so blessed and very glad to.
So sahi wacha tu nianze kuprocess makaratasi alafu niende Kenya sasa. Save hiyo pesa.
Yeah. Kenya, you know, is cheaper, especially when you're earning in dollars.
Right.
Yeah, so long as the money is coming in, you're good.
Yeah. Work time difference inaweza nimaliza juu ya daily meetings.
Well, you'll be ahead of them.
By a lot.
I carried my work to Kenya. By the time they're waking up, I'm way ahead of them. Because
the difference here, what, 8 hours? So meetings are 8 nitakuwa nazihave jioni.
Most of the time you do them at 11 in the night, midnight. Yeah, so
no.
Can always
time zone yako ni different. Mi niko East Coast, so difference hapo ni 8 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I was like, midnight? No.
Yeah, that was probably around 1 in the morning for you.
Meeting
Hi,
very
guys.
Hey, sorry, just chatting while we wait for people.
That's good. Congrats on your wedding. I overheard and picked that up.
Thank you. A lot has happened to me in the past 2 months. Watch it.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
good stuff. That's good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Atlanta ni baridi tu.
Atlanta. Mi niko New York nakwambia hata kuna snow saa hizi.
Let me shut
I
up
can't
then.
wait to move to California. Ooh,
That would be nice.
It is.
A big change.
Expensive, but no difference from New York. So ni sawa.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wonder where the rest of the team are. They joining?
You know, Migot, maybe you should stop the recording, then start it again.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, because I went through some of the HTML ones. I had a feeling we'll start with HTML. So.
Yeah, so do you guys have any question on the HTML? What you read, you did not understand, and what you think probably need more elaboration on? This just to break the ice, and we are going to go into the detail of learning this. Any question, Emily?
Not right now. Maybe as we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to let you know that HTML is a pillar of web development. I don't think there's any website out there which has no HTML. HTML is a language of the web. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, yeah, which is the most widely used language on web to develop web pages. So HTML was created by somebody by the name of Berners-Lee. I think he's from Canada. In the late 1991, okay. Started with, I believe, HTML1, then went to 2, then 3. Now we're in HTML5. So HTML2 was the first standard HTML specification, which was actually established in 1995. When you read a lot about computer history, a lot of languages actually came around 1995. HTML, JavaScript, PHP, Java, so many of them. And of course, there are so many other languages like C and C++, which came way before. And of course, we also have Fortran and we have COBOL, which came, some of them in the late 50s, early 50s. So there's always been things like the revolution, things keep on coming, and new innovations come in and make changes to some of the stuff we already know. So HTML2 was a standard, like everything was all over the place. But when HTML2, when they finally decided to adopt it, HTML 2.0 was established as a standard, and that was back in 1995. Okay, so HTML 4.01 was a major version of HTML, and it was published in 1999. That's fairly recent. Most of us already existed. Though HTML 4.01 version is widely used, but currently we have HTML5. So some websites, they still use HTML4, but HTML5 is now the new standard. So if you get a website using HTML4, that's a legacy standard. So somebody can maybe get you hired to go in and help them upgrade to the latest HTML. So you also need to understand that HTML4 will be something you'll have to deal with. And then HTML5 is actually the correct one. Now HTML5 is an extension of HTML4. And this version was established in 2012. That's about 8 years ago. So you'll find a lot of websites not yet adopting it, but quite a number of them, like the new ones, are coming in and they are adopting HTML. Now, Why do we learn HTML? Originally, HTML was developed with the intent of defining the structure of documents like headings, paragraphs, lists, and so forth to facilitate the sharing of scientific information between researchers. So the web in the initial stages was actually meant for the scientists. And of course, that was in a very wide area network. So the computers came, but not everybody was able to afford them. Or there was no really good use for them because not so many programs were available to make it of any relevance. But the moment HTML started coming around, now scientists were now able to share documents. So you see some of the very old websites are still there. You go like the ones where they do a lot of scientific research, they have data. Some of them are just barely HTML, not even CSS. So originally it was developed, okay, for scientists, and then it's basically for structuring of documents like headings, paragraphs, lists, and so forth to facilitate the sharing of that information. Now, HTML is being widely used to format web pages with the help of different tags available in the language. Okay, now when I say tags, I mean like equal sign, like less than sign or greater than sign. So I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing some of my stuff on the screen here so that we can get started. And some of the stuff will be pretty much based on the code. And then we'll be able to run them. But if you have your computer ready, just copy paste. I mean, you probably might not be able to copy, but you can have a look, and then you can also do the same on your hand. So let me go back here, and then I'm gonna do stuff in Colab. So let's see Colab there. Okay. Come back here. Open a new notebook there. Okay, so when I say HTML tag, I mean something like that. Less than sign or greater than sign, or I can just put that. When I put that, then I put something in there. Let's say I put something like a title of a document. That's gonna be towards the end. So when I end it on the right-hand side, it's gonna be the end of this particular tag. It's a title tag. What if I don't want to end that? So I'm gonna have to say, I want to start it. So when I start that, I'm gonna say this is an HTML tag. Okay. So if you look at the pattern there, see, and I'm assuming everybody can see my screen, right? You see what I'm typing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I have the tag. Remember, this tag should be the beginning tag. So the beginning tag will always be less than, greater than, and in between, there'll be the name of that tag. So this is the title tag. And then when we end it, it will be ending with this particular forward slash. So if we were to run this one here, it will basically show up at the top of the web page. Like whatever we type here will be showing up at the top of the web page. So I'll show you that shortly as we go along. Now, so they say HTML is a must for students and working professionals. So let me be on the news just for I'm kind of like choking here, sorry. Okay, so I've been doing HTML since like 1999. Excuse me. But I started doing HTML after I started programming way back. So in order for me to break into web development, I had to make sure that I master HTML. So I started learning HTML from HTML3. I got a very old book which I read from back to back. I don't remember how many pages, but I think I still keep it somewhere in my library because I mean, it made me become aware of some of the new technology. So they say HTML is a must for students. We are students, and we're also working professionals, and we want to become great software engineers or data scientists. So HTML is going to be a must for you and me, especially when we are working in web development domain. Okay, so I'm going to list down some of the key advantages of HTML. So I'm going to go ahead and share that on this on my screen up there. So these are some of the advantages of HTML. It might not be very visible, but one of them will be, for example, I probably need to read this. So for creating websites, that's one. You can create a website or customize an existing web template if you know HTML. Okay, you probably don't need to know HTML that well because HTML is very easy to learn. You can become a web designer if you want to start a career as a professional web developer only by knowing HTML and CSS. Now, remember we say HTML is hypertext uh, markup language. Now, HTML will go very well with CSS. CSS, we're going to learn it next week, Saturday. And CSS stands for cascading style sheets. Now, the HTML is giving you the structure, but the CSS is actually making that structure beautiful. So we beautify it. So become a web designer if you want to start a career, then you have to know CSS and HTML. Okay? Now understand the web. You gotta understand the web. If you want to optimize your website to boost its speed and performance, it is always good to know HTML to yield the best results. Now, we also have to learn other languages. Remember, we started with Python. Python is it's a language on the back end of things, like design stuff on the server side. HTML and cascading style sheets are not actually programming languages. This is our markup languages. Okay, but once you understand the basic of HTML, then other related technologies like JavaScript, PHP, or Angular are going to become an easier target for you to understand. Now, when I say JavaScript, you probably have already heard of this, but JavaScript is a programming language which go very hand in hand with HTML and CSS for the front end. Now, lately, JavaScript has also been used heavily on the back end because somebody came with a like a framework known as Node.js to design what we now call JavaScript on the back-end side of things. So it can be able to talk to the database. Okay. Now, when I talk of Angular, Angular is a framework of JavaScript. Somebody put another language, but using Angular. And that person happened to have been working at Google. So they came together and then designed specific standards and syntaxes and then called it Angular. Now, PHP is almost similar to C or C++, and it's also very close to Perl. Perl is also for web development. Now, you don't have to know all this, but I'm just mentioning so that you know the extent of how far things can go. Okay. Now, normally we start, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. This is probably not necessary there for now. But normally when you get introduced into a language, we tend to start with hello world. Okay. Monotonous, but hey, what can we do? Let's go ahead and just follow suit. If you go to Rome, you do what Romans do. So to start an HTML language, to declare an HTML document, we start with that. If you can see my screen, a less than sign, and then that one, we call it a shebang, but you can call it exclamation mark, okay? So we do that, and then we do the doc type. Doc type, if you remember for those people who have already done the quiz, it's in there somewhere. So that doc type tells HTML that whatever we are going to get started with is going to be HTML3. So it's the header file of that particular document. So once we do that, then we go to the next line. Then we say we want to go ahead and start the HTML tag. So we are telling the document we are going to go ahead and start coding in HTML. So when we do that, we do the HTML tag. The next one is going to be the header tag. So we do the head. The head basically tells HTML that all the way up to here is going to be the head. Anything beyond this is going to be in the body or towards the footer. Okay. So if you look here now, I go ahead and okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to indent. Indentation is not a must in HTML, but just a way so that it's going to be easier to follow for somebody in terms of when they want to come and look at your logic or your code. So you see that kind of indentation, it really helps us find it very easy to follow. So it's not really jumbled up some piece of code. Anybody seeing this will know that this is a well-thought method. You know, some kind of professional did it, not somebody just copied and pasted it. So when we did that, you remember we have the two heads. What do we do to this head? Anybody, any guesswork?
What do you mean?
Add a slash.
We add a slash, okay?
A forward slash
We can put a forward slash. We put it here, we put it there.
at the beginning after the first arrow.
Okay, so we do that. Very good. So what do you think about this one? We put it here, we put it there.
In front.
In the front. That's correct. You guys are, man, I'm now scared. You guys know everything. Okay, now, once you do that, then the system will continue, of course. At this point, we still don't know. We are not telling the system what the system needs to know. So we're going to go ahead and say, now that's the header, like between here and here, that's the header. Okay. And now this is the HTML declaration, which means everything in between the first and the next or the subsequent lines is going to be the HTML. But this is just telling the HTML that we are going to get started, but whatever we're going to get started with, it's going to be actually an HTML document. So it's a doc type. So the doc type is HTML. The document type, that's the short for document type. So when we come here, we're going to go ahead and say, okay, now we want to go ahead and start with the body. Okay. So we tell the system that's the body. Now what's in the body? Whatever is going to be in the body will be coming here. So we indent that again, and then we say H1. H1, what does that mean? If you remember your notes.
Heading 1.
Heading 1. Very nice. Thank you. So we go ahead and say this heading 1, which is going to be really large. So we say heading 1 is a heading. And then remember, we have to close it again. Okay. And then we go to the next line, and then we say, if I declare this one, P, what does P stand for?
Paragraph.
Paragraph, right, very good. So we have a paragraph, so we say hello, and then we say hello world. Okay, we can say anything here, so we say hello world, beautiful programmers. And then when we finish that, what do we do here?
We put a closing
Dash.
tag.
Very good. So we put a close paragraph tag. So we close that paragraph, and then we go to the next line. Now, remember, we are done with the body. So what do we do here again?
We put a closing tag for the body.
Very good. So we close the tag for the body, and then once we finish, now remember, what do we do there? Now we're done with the HTML. What do we do?
Closing tag for
Closing
HTML.
tag for the HTML.
Very good. Thank you. So we finished. Okay. If you do this, all you need to do is just save it as. Okay. So let me go ahead and say we save this. Okay. So here we have to save it in a certain way. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start something here real quick so that we can understand where I'm going with this. I'm gonna bring a different IDE to help me work with that. Okay. So we do the same thing we did up there. Okay, my IDE just got started again. So every time I start, it's always having some updates to do. Okay, so okay. Okay, so if I was to go ahead and save this, I'll save it on my desktop. So I just save as, okay, and then it tells me I'm gonna put it on my desktop, and then I'll give it a name. The name I'm gonna give it here, it has to be with an HTML extension. So I'm gonna say, save it as, let's say, hello world .html. So it's gonna save it on my desktop. And then once it's on my desktop, let me see, where did it go? It's on my desktop now. I can actually go and show you how it looks in the browser. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag it back, just drop it there, and then you see, boom, that's the HTML we just created. Now, if you look, I'm gonna go ahead and bring my IDE. If you compare my IDE with what we see up at the top, this is exactly what we get. So this is the header. Now, you see, this one will not be visible, but if you look up there in the tab, you put your mouse over that, and then you'll see pop-ups. It's going to tell you the title of that page. So the title of this page is an HTML tag. So we can say the title of this page is Hello World. You can go back here, copy that, and then this is the Hello World document.
Migot,
Yes.
suppose you don't include it, the title,
Uh-huh.
and let's say you give it anonymous name like blank.
Yeah,
How will it be?
it will be blank. We can do that,
Yeah.
and we see how it does it. So, hold on. So, it's a lot of code there. Okay. Hold on. Okay. If we do that, then I can go ahead and save it. Okay.
Mhm.
And then we go back here and then we refresh it. You see right now, you see if I put my mouse over that, tells you exactly what it's in there, right?
Yeah.
What if we don't have that? So we can go ahead and refresh. Okay. Let me say, I don't think I saved it. Let me go ahead and save it first. Okay, if you save it. Let me go back and refresh that. So under normal circumstances, I don't know, for some reason it's cached. The browser cached whatever we had before, but under normal circumstances, that's going to be blank without any title. But
So
yeah, but I always
mine,
uh-huh.
I was practicing with you and mine changed.
Yours changed, yeah. Mine for some reason. What browser are you using? Are you using?
Chrome.
I'm using Chrome. I'm using Chrome, but for some reason it didn't change. But it has to change, and I really encourage you though, when you're designing a website, okay, always try to include that, because there's something we call Google, okay, and the other search engines, they use that. If you put a meaningful title in your web page, then the Google search engine will come and get that information and index it. When it's indexed, it's actually kept somewhere in the database. So when somebody come and look for like relevant information to what you put out there, it's going to be easy to get. Say you just want to say this is going to be for a website for Brandon Yango profile. You save that, Google will come and index it. So next time somebody's looking for Brenda, they'll be able to see where Brenda is at. But if you don't put that in there, then your website will be less of a search engine optimized website. So I always recommend, it's going to be a good thing to put it out there. Okay. So in that respect, you can go ahead and do the change on that, and then it will be back. So if you look here, this is just the body. Some people, they'll probably be having the footer. Okay. When we start doing like serious HTML, you'll see some header, body, and footer. But this is as basic as you can go with beginning HTML. Did that answer your question, Nancy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so if you don't have any other question, I'm going to go ahead and proceed. Okay, I'm going to say applications in HTML. Okay, as we mentioned before, HTML is one of the most widely used languages on the web. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and list a few of those for you. Now we have web page development using HTML, okay, which is actually rendered the way we did. We rendered over the web. So the browser is acting as an interpreter to interpret the information and then display it for you. Now, almost every web page is having HTML tags. Now, when we say HTML tags, we mean things like this: the P, the title, the H1, the body, the HTML, the doc type HTML, and the header. All those are actually falling under the category of the HTML tag. Now, if you read some of the documents, the H1 goes up to I believe H5 or H6. Is it H5 or H6? So the
Six.
smaller
Six.
six, right?
It's
So
six.
yeah, so you can do the smaller one. Like you did H6. If we did the H6, we go ahead and save that. If we were to run it, that's going to be small. You can increase the font by putting, let's say, H5 or H4 or H3 or even H2. Okay. So the other than the P for paragraph, we also have other tags. Some of the tags we have will be like the B for, you can say BR for breaking. If you do that, then it's going to go ahead and break the line and go to the next line. Okay, or we can have other tags which we will also learn as you go along. Okay, and that could probably be if you want to make a line bold without necessarily making it large. So we can say we just want to bold it. So we put a bold line, say bold, and then hold on, bold B for bold. And then you always want to start a tag and then you end the tag. So you target whatever you just want to bold. So we just want to bold the word hello world. And then beautiful programmers. So we say that's going to be bold for B. So since I'm using VS Code, so it's very sensitive because it's thinking that it's supposed to give me all those because it knows it's HTML. So you'll find me doing a lot of corrections so that we can get it right. So if I was to save that, I go ahead and do the save, and then when I refresh, look at the word hello here. So it's bolded. Yeah. So HTML tags are almost, I would say, very predictable to know what they mean. Okay. So we do, for HTML applications, we do web development, we do internet navigation, we do responsive UI. What do I mean by responsive UI? HTML pages nowadays work well on all platforms. It can be on a mobile platform, it can be on your wristwatch, okay? It can even be on a large TV screen, on a tablet, on your laptop, or on the desktop, okay? So this is owed to responsive design strategy. Now, when we talk about CSS, you'll be able to understand what that means. But for now, I beg to advise you to bag it somewhere. So next week we'll touch on that. Okay, now HTML can also be done offline. You don't have to be accessible to internet to do it. So I'm going to take an example of John. John has been very, very obsessed with the fish thing of the fish thing project, right?
Yes.
Yes. So based on that, you can actually, assuming that Mfangano Island do not have the internet all the time, but you want to design your applications on the phone so that your fishermen will be able to access the platform when they are offline or when they are online, okay? You can do that. Now, HTML pages once loaded can be made available offline on the machine without any need for internet, okay? I know you're going to ask me how, but John, don't ask that question yet. You wait too far. But I'm going to walk you through it step by step. One day you'll understand, especially with the advent of HTML5. That's going to be very much possible, and you can do it. Okay. Another aspect or another application for HTML is game development, especially with the advent of HTML5 as a native markup language. There's a lot of support for rich experience and native support, and it's now useful in gaming development arena as well. So when they did the HTML5, they had a lot of concept in mind, including they incorporated a lot of information as from JavaScript. So they put the JavaScript capability in there, they put the offline support, they put the game development, they put the responsive UI, which you can design once and it can run on anything else, including even on a very large theater screen. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and stop for a minute, give you time to digest that. If you have a question, please, this is a good time to jump in, ask me. Okay, I'm gonna say, looks like we are all good to go. So right now, right here, let me see if we get it. If I wanted to break down the hello world, but I want the line to be broken into two. What I'll probably do over there, just to introduce that tag, and then I put the BR for break. If I was to run that, it will break it such that HTML, hello world will be up at the top, and then beautiful programmers will be at the bottom. Let's see how that works. Okay. So you see that? And those are just basics. Okay. You can design all this and put them, if you know any other language, like let's say Python programming, you can control HTML from your Python code. So you say, if this line is more than this width, then go ahead and apply this. So you use the if statements. And that's a quick, that's a conversation for another day. Okay, now the HTML, what we're doing right now, okay, is for us to be web designers, okay, and developers with a need to understand the HTML with enough detail, along with its simple overview and practical examples. Now, remember, this is just the start. So if we were to go, let's say, if you were to go get a job whereby we are required to get started with this is exactly what you'll be required to do. But to style it, you have to use what we call the cascading style sheets. Now, cascading style sheets also come with other frameworks. Among those frameworks, one of the major ones we use a lot here is Bootstrap. So somebody came up with all these standards, put them together, then call it Bootstrap. But when you look, Bootstrap is just a combination of CSS and HTML all together, but for specific purposes. You know, if you want to do, let's say, a button, this is what you do. If you want to do, let's say, you want to do this design for a particular screen size, this is what we do. So those are set standards. Now, prerequisites. Before proceeding with the HTML, you should know that you have to have the basic working knowledge with Windows or Linux operating system. Additionally, you must be familiar with one, experience with any text editor. So with HTML, I could even do it in, let's say, Notepad. You can do this in Notepad++. I just did it in VS Code. You know, some people can decide to do it in any other editor. Second option, how to create directories and files. You really need to know how to do that. If you are designing HTML, for example, it might be on the desktop, but you probably need it to be in a place whereby it can work together with a particular file. Okay. And then how to navigate through different directories. Okay, how to type content in a file and save them like the way we just did. And then you also need to understand about images in different formats. We have the JPEG, the PNG, the SVG, and all those, the GIFs, but we learn those as we go along. So HTML, again, next page. I'll share some of this with you, but it's pretty much the same thing you read, unless it's different. So we want to expand our document, the one we just created in HTML. So we want to put more stuff in there. Okay. Let's go back here. So here we are. We just we want to get rid of that page break, but we want to add additional document. So we say everything else will probably go down there. So we come here, we copy that, and then we say, we don't want to bold this, but we just want to create a new paragraph. So new paragraph for that. We say, the whole document will probably go in there. So once you do that, you just save. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. And then we run it again. We refresh. So when you do the refresh, you see the changes appear on the screen. So this is a good way, if you have your computer, this is a good way of just go wild with it. Just go wild with it. Follow step-by-step instructions. Learn. The best way to do this is to learn to do by doing it. By the time you get stuck, then you at least you know what direction you need to take to be able to correct the problem. So we have so many other tags other than the ones we just talked about. We talked about the doc type tag. Okay. We talked about the HTML tag. We talked about the head tag. We talked about the title, the body, the H1, the P, and also I introduced the BR. The BR for
Right.
line break, right? Thank you, Brenda. Okay. So to learn HTML, you need to study various tags, okay, and understand how they behave while formatting a textual or a textual document. Learning HTML is simple as users have to learn the usage of different tags in order to format the text or images or make a beautiful page. So talking of images, let's go here. Okay, you can declare an image. Did you guys during your annotation, did you read anything to do with the image? If you want to do the image, there's something we call the SRC tag and the IMG for image tag. When you declare those, your image could be in a different folder, but you have to be able to get to that folder by using what we call absolute URL. Now that's also a question in your quiz. I did that. Okay. So assuming that we want to work on an image, so I'm gonna go ahead and do real quick that one so that we can know exactly how it works. So we say HTML image tag. Okay, we go back. W3 Schools really, it's a very good website for some stuff like this. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste here, but you get the gist. So come here, and then we say we want to declare this line here. Let me see if you can see that properly. Okay, we want to declare this line here. We call that image, or we declare this image tag, but we are going to use an image. What's the name of the image? Let's go ahead and I'm gonna save an image here. I'm gonna bring it, save it on the desktop because our HTML file is on the desktop. To be able to call it without going through all those other directories, we just want to make it available immediately. So we put it on the desktop, and the name of that image is going to be, let me see here, save that, that's not right. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and screen capture it so we can get it. Okay, 1 second. Use that as a camera right there. Got it. Okay. I'm going to change the name of that image to a PNG. PNG is another format for image which we are going to use. But I'm going to call my image picture truly. Copy that and then give that to this image we just captured, and then I'll share with you here shortly so you can see. We rename that. Fantastic. Truly. And then it's already there. So I went in there and then I say, go ahead and call this image. You could make this like you could do this as your own picture. Okay, you can do it as Violet or as Nancy or as John, as Emily or as Brenda or as George or even as Lucy. But right now we are going to use this one. So when you do that, then you have the alternate. The alternate, they put it there so that it can help the indexing of that website to know that this particular image, the name is actually this. So the image of that, the name of that image is going to be Italian truly. So let's see what it does. So first of all, you have to make sure every time you make changes, you have to save it. So we save it, and then we go in there, and then I refresh. Boom. So we have the image in HTML. So if I hover my mouse over it, in some browsers, you should be able to pop a tooltip telling me the name of that image. So in here, for some reason, my Chrome don't understand alt. Some places I might just be able to use the word title. So if I do that, I go back here, I can still do the title. And then I just do that. Are you all right, Brenda? All right, so we save it, okay? Once we save it, then we go back here, we refresh, and then let's, okay. You see now it's popping up, it's telling the name of the image. And that's very helpful when it comes to, like if you want to, the search engine to get it, or for some reason, there's some screen readers, screen reader for the blind, you know, screen reader could be reading this and then say, oh, that's an Italian truly image. So that's very helpful. Okay, that's how we do the image tag. So you can, if we do this probably in Microsoft Explorer, this will probably help it pop up. But since that was not working, so I put the title. Title, it works very well in Chrome. Okay, I can. You can do several images in one page. It's not a problem in that case. You can do, let's say, what if you want to do several? Let's go ahead and do 3 of those.
I have a question. So for the image name to show up, the alt has to be there?
The alt depends on the browser you're using. It would be nice to be there. It's almost like for alternatively, or an attribute, see? Alternative text for the image. See that? But
Sure. Okay.
did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Now, for some browsers, that does not come up. So for the Chrome browser, you see when I highlight title, it tells me contains a text representing advisory information related to the element in that image. So it has to be there. If you don't put it there, it's not gonna pop up. So let me go ahead and remove it, and then we go for the last image, okay? And then go ahead and save it, and then see the first 2 images will have a tooltip popping up, but the last one will not. So you see that? Those are 3 images. So you see that? This is popping up. That's not popping up. This one is going to pop up. Okay. So did that answer you, Brenda?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Migad,
Yes, ma'am.
is that where, I think I read somewhere, is it where you put it there so that in case the image doesn't show up, it has that name on it? So you kind of know what image was supposed to be there?
And that can only help you if you know what that image is going to be, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's part of it. Another part of
okay.
it is going to be it's going to be very user friendly for screen readers.
Oh,
Friendly for also indexing. You know,
okay.
there are people who cannot see properly, so they use like other means of getting the communication. So
Okay.
if you're working on a document, and the document they know what Italian truly means, then they'll be looking for that. Is that clear?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So we can put other images if we want. Okay, we can replace an image. Let me go ahead and replace one image here. So you see. By the way, this video will be available for you to view. So anytime you have any question, feel free to get hold of me or just inbox me. I'll be more than glad to explain. So I'm gonna put the name, the information of this young girl here. It's gonna be a PNG. Remember that.
I can't see where you're editing.
No, I'm doing on my screen. Now I'm gonna show you here in a minute. I'm
Okay.
working on the email. 1 second, Nancy. Okay, now you'll see. Now let me bring here. I have like 4 different screens, so some of the stuff I have to do them here. Then I show you. Okay, so I'm gonna put the image of the girl here. Okay, and then remember, it's not a PNG. I mean, it's not a JPEG. It's a PNG image. And then we just say name of this girl. So girl in the jacket. Okay. So we do the same here. Based on different people will be browsing your website. Different. Some people come in with Safari, some with Firefox, others with Chrome, some with Explorer. There are so many other browsers out there. So you have to be able to accommodate everybody if you can. So what we did, that's why we used the alternate or the title. So if we did that, I save it, and then I'm gonna go ahead and refresh it. And then when I refresh it, I would like you to look at the one in the middle, this one. Okay? Now, when we hover over that image, girl in a jacket, that's the image. Now we can also go back in here and let me capture this other image. Basically, I copy that, then do make changes. I hope this is helpful because some of them are really very detailed in terms of like what we have to do to be able to understand it. So I'm gonna go, you might not be able to see what I'm doing until I'm done. I'm just editing the image. And that could be done by doing other software. So, but I'm just using my Macintosh here. This might not be relevant for you. So I do that, and then I go into the software. I load the software here, and then I come over here, change that, paste. And then I say it's not going to be a JPEG, it's going to be a PNG. And then we're going to go ahead and copy that. But this time around, we're going to name it Flowers in China. Flowers in China, I don't know where that is, but it could be somewhere in India.
I thought it's the Chania in Kenya.
Oh, could be, yeah.
Could be India.
I think for India is Chennai.
Chennai, yeah.
Right.
Okay. So you go ahead and save that, and then you load it. You look at the last image you have right here.
Mhm.
Change. Okay. 1 second. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh. Boom. So we have it.
Mm.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
So, as I said, I'm trying to do this with you,
Mhm.
but pictures, I don't know if it's because of the size, it's going below instead of on the side.
Depends. I think depends on your screen size, too. But remember when we start doing the responsive, that will be according to your the image will resize according to your screen size.
Okay.
Right now,
The
we don't have any responsiveness yet.
question,
Yes.
does the PNG or JPEG, will that make a difference of the size of the picture?
The size of the picture, no, but it makes a difference in terms of the quality and the compression ratio of that particular, whether it's a PNG, SVG, GIF,
Mhm.
or
Yeah,
yes.
And
because I was using JPEG and it was so big, I had to resize it.
yeah, me
No,
too.
I can show you how to resize it.
Mhm.
Let me show you right here. I'm gonna show you real quick. So if you want to change, say the image size, okay,
Mhm.
and say height equals to, and then say width equals to, and then we give it a figure. I'm gonna give a guesswork, and then we'll see how it comes. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's
Okay.
use the 308, and then height is 250, and these are in pixels. Pixels are the dot, the very tiny dot you see on your screen.
Mhm.
300, 250 pixels are the dots per inch. Okay. So DPI. Okay. DPI dot per inch. Okay. So we go ahead here, and then I save it again. And then let's see what it does. So we basically messed up with the flowers in China or China, whatever that is. So you see that?
Mm.
Yeah.
You can do yours too. Based on your screen size, you can do that. And let me go ahead and give you share with you the code. You can look at the code.
Yeah,
Another
let me see the
question.
code. Let me see the code.
Can you see it?
Okay. Yeah, just give me 1 second to try.
Take your time.
We got.
Yes.
Suppose you're using like I can see what you're using. If I was using Notepad or Notepad plus plus,
I'm using Notepad.
and I want to reference the part of the image, how will I reference the part of the image?
When you say reference, what do you mean?
Pardon?
When you say reference, what do you mean?
Like the way the image SRC, then you the where you're getting the image from. Let's assume it's my personal picture that I want to include there, or photo.
Okay. So right now you see I'm doing everything on my desktop.
Yes.
So all the images are on the desktop, and the HTML file is also on the desktop. Okay, now I'm assuming that I'm gonna go ahead and get a little bit more organized, okay? And I can say, I don't want my images to be all over the place, but I want them to be in images as a folder. So if I do that, then assuming that after doing that, I forgot, I just saved, but I forgot to move the image into an images folder. So if I go here, I just refresh, look what will happen. That image disappears, but the alt or the title still remains. To Emily's point, it's telling us that image is there, but who knows what that image was for? It could have been an image from China, or it could have been an image from somewhere in Nairobi. We don't know. So based on that, I can go here and say, hey, there's a problem. We are referring to this directory, which might or may exist, but the image is not actually in there. So what I'll have to do, I'll go ahead and create that folder. I call the folder images. That folder is going to be on the desktop, and then I'll move the image into the folder. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so I'll come back here. I'll name that image, call it images. Okay. Okay. Is that close to what you're thinking?
Yeah, somehow.
Okay, somehow. Not exactly. Okay, so I went in and created an image, and then I'm gonna move all the images in that image folder. And then I'll go refresh, and then you see everything disappear except for one, which will be now the flowers of Shania will now reappear. Just 1 second. Okay. All right, now we go back. Everything has been moved. Now, you see on the screen, everything is still there except for flowers of Shania. When I refresh, hopefully you'll be seeing flowers of Shania come back, but the girl and these other cottages will be gone. So let's go back here, refresh. So you see, everything disappeared. Now I moved all the images into the folder, and I referenced that folder in here, okay? But I did not reference the folder in the other previous lines. So let me go back here and do that. And then go back in there and do the same. So that way it actually helps you organize your work. So if you were to do, let's say, HTML, you do JavaScript, you do media, you do video, you do images, you know, of course, when I say media, I mean music. So you'll be having a lot of folders, and each and every folder will be containing their own content. For images, images folder. For media will be for media, like music folder. And maybe you have other folders for, let's say, video, another one for just JSON files, another one maybe for JavaScript. So you'll be having a lot of folders. And all those folders, when they're organized like that, it will allow you to be able to access them. So once we do that, I save it again, and then I come back. Now I refresh, look on the screen, you see everything come back. Okay.
Okay.
So that's the beauty of HTML.
A question or comment.
Go ahead, please.
Is it safe to say that it's best practice to work from one folder, like have everything organized in one folder?
Okay.
I mean, like you can have, let's say I have HTML tutorial folder.
Yeah.
And then on there, I'll have images folder where I'll save all my images. And then my HTML file will be there. And what else? And any other files for that project will be in that.
Yes. I think that's the way I normally do it. For example, let's say you and you have your kids, of course, one of them, her name is Brenda.
Yeah.
You have so many, and you want to organize their profile such that you know their birthday, you have their pictures, their videos. You can have one big folder, you call it family.
Yeah.
Inside the folder, you have dad's stuff, another one for mommy stuff, another one the baby's stuff.
Yeah.
Or you want to say not the babies, but you want to say just children. And then in the children's stuff or the children's folder, then you have the boys and the girls. Yeah, that's going to be a better way of organizing your work. So when you call them, you basically call it using the absolute URL.
Okay.
Yes.
So that way then you have to show on the, go back to the, is it VS Code?
The VS Code. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
So on here, you have to put in the whole path file.
If we were to, let's say, assuming all this were in one folder, so we will have to be able to reference like the image folder or the JPEG folder. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the JavaScript folder, or let's say the other folder. So you'll have to specifically specify. And
Okay.
that will be something which will come with territory as you go along with it. So you'll be seeing
Okay.
all of those examples. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's good.
Okay. So we decided that we don't like the way things are looking. Some pictures are bigger than others. You know, we want to make it a little bit, let's say, uniform. I can go back in here and then say, why don't we just do this? Just copy that. And then we paste it there. And then we paste another one over there. And then we save it. We come over here, we refresh. And then look. Everything's now smaller, but looking good. Okay. That's good. Okay. So we have the document. We know how to format the paragraph. Now we know how to put the images.
I have a question.
Good. Go ahead.
About the height and width attributes.
Yes.
I read somewhere that instead, when you change the attributes,
Uh-huh.
the image size remains the same. So maybe if it was a very big image, it will still be the same size, and maybe like affect like the site. So like you should change the image first instead of changing it in the code. What is better? How are you supposed to do it? I'm not sure.
Okay. So let me see if I understood correctly. Now, what we're doing here is not affecting the image, but it's commanding the web. It's commanding the browser when renderizing that image to give it this specific dimensions so that it can fit what we want it to do. But if you don't put the height or the width, the image is the same. Now, there are some cases whereby you might need to edit the images. You probably want to make it a little sharper. You want to make it a certain way. You know, you want to put more hue to it. Then at that point, you might need to go into the image and make changes. But when you're dealing with height and width, this one is only affecting it when it's running. It's affecting the image when we browse, when we actually refresh and go into that page. Is that clear?
Oh, yes, that's clear. But my question is, what I read was that they were advising that instead of doing this, changing the image for the browser only, you should change the entire image, the size, the height and the width before using it.
Yeah, that's also really depends on what you're trying to achieve. At this point, we are basically in the introductory part, so we don't want to go like you're not doing the design part. The design is
Okay.
like you're doing manipulation. You know, let's say you are a photographer. That's what you got paid for, right?
Yes.
You do a lot of work on videos, you do a lot of work on the pictures. So at that point, you'd be like, hey, we want to have some kind of thumbnails. Every time you see a big picture, you want to see a small thumbnail next to it. Then at that time, you'll be required now to go and then you can renderize that so that it loads and then loads as a thumbnail, or you can actually physically go and make changes in your graphics software to do that, to do the editing. But really depends on what you want to achieve. If you're an
Oh.
if you're a designer, you really want to go into the nitty-gritty part of this. But right now, we're just doing it for an example.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other question?
I can say for the picture, is it could be what, safe to crop and do all those fine tuning before bringing it in, yeah?
Yes, and that's exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's exactly what Esther was also trying to allude to. It's also
Mhm.
good, especially like when you really go down serious to do the stuff,
Mhm.
based on what you really are passionate about, and that's what you do. Then there are cases whereby you might need to like crop the picture, Say, for example, the picture might be too many people, some of them are not really needed, or some people requested they don't want to be in the web in the picture. Then you can do the cropping. You can do the cropping using a special software, and then once you finish, and then you upload it the same way. So this is basically primarily every website will load their images like this. But when we go into the responsive aspect of it, this will now not be used. We'll just be using percentage like 100%. And then it will be able to scale down or scale up based on the size of the screen. Like this image, you put it on a wristwatch, it might not fit in, but if we do put it on a wristwatch with a responsive design in it, it will see that the wristwatch is too small for it to fit in. And then as a result, it will go ahead and shrink automatically with the responsiveness availability in that particular design pattern. Okay. Did that answer your question, Emily?
Yeah, yeah.
So we are trying to create whatever we're trying to do here. Okay, now we like our images. And then we say there's a very nice song we really like to be able to have on our website. So let's go ahead and see how we can incorporate something like music. Okay? So we say embed music in your web page. Embed music. We've already embedded image. We've already created the paragraph. We've already created the world. So embed music in a HTML web page. So how do we do that? We can do that by simply calling the word embed. These are very straightforward. So we can use the word embed, and then we create a folder, we call it music on the desktop, and then we grab the music, whatever music you want. It has to be like MP3. You put it there, and then these dimensions will only control the width and the height of the thing you're going to use for playing. Let me show you so you understand. Let me go back here. I'm gonna go ahead and it's not gonna play because the music is not yet there, but we're heading there. So before I do that, the loop is gonna be false. That means when the music is done, it's not gonna repeat. The auto start is gonna be false. That means when we visit the site, we have to click it to start. Otherwise, it will not start. But if you put true, it will play. If you put true for loop, it will loop each time. Then it can play forever. So let me go back here. I'm gonna see if I have any one of my music here. Esther sent me. I probably did not have it. Esther, no, that's on YouTube. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if I have it. Okay, this is just for illustration. Let me see. Before we go there, let me go while that's doing it. Let me go ahead and show you. So the music thing is going to be coming under the images. So we save, I believe I saved it. And then we come here, refresh. So this is going to be the music. So it's going to show us the width and the height. If the music was inside, that's going to be the image right there. So let me go back. Let me ready with this one. Forgot. So let me look if you can get MP3 online. Somebody play around with. Bear with me 1 second. Let me get something with you.
Hello.
Okay. But I'm almost there. So bear with me, please. Okay. Okay, that one is downloading. Okay, it's coming up. So we are going to go ahead and change the dimensions of this. How do you do that? So you want to make it a little bit longer. Okay, maybe say 300 by maybe 150. Okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna bring my MP3 here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a music folder on my desktop. I'm gonna bring the music in there. Hmm. Then I go back here, bring my music. I'm gonna rename the file, it's too long. So rename it as name number 1. And then we have the desktop. And then, okay, so I have the music. I'm gonna call it 1-1. And then everything looks good. Come here, save it, and then I refresh. So that's how it's supposed to be. If you can see my screen, now I'm gonna play the music. So what happens here before we do that? Sorry about that. Before we do that, you see the music is gonna be in the music folder. The width or that playing list, the playing interface is gonna be 300, and the height is gonna be 150. So probably 150 might be too long for it. So let me bring it at 90. and then save it again, refresh it. And then this time around, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the loop on the auto start to be false. And then we will have to start and then stop it. And then I'll go back, we change it to true, and then true, and then you see what happens. So we come back here, we refresh. Okay, now let's go ahead and play. Too loud. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we go ahead and play. Can we do the volume? That's the power of HTML5. That's one way of doing it, right? And then you can
It's
come
not
back.
working.
Okay, everything good?
No.
Hmm? You are
It's
still
not
working?
playing. No, it's not.
Okay. Brenda,
Yeah.
do you have a folder known as music, and do you have music in that folder?
I put it in the music, the default music folder.
But do you have the music you want to play?
Yes, I just placed it in there.
Okay. So you want to share your screen? I'll help.
Sure. Okay.
Let me go ahead and stop, and then you go ahead and share. Whenever you're ready. Okay. So you have your music folder, and all this in the on the desktop.
The default music.
Okay, that's
Be
okay.
on the desktop?
Okay. Let me see. Where's your file? The file you're running. Is that the file you're running on?
It's in the music folder.
No,
Should
the
it?
HTML file.
Oh, here.
Okay. So the HTML file is actually on the desktop, but you want to play something from your music folder.
Yeah.
So you know what you need to do? Okay.
Change the source.
Go ahead and, okay, click there, next to music.
Uh-huh.
No, on the left side, next, right. Okay. And then type the word backslash, I'm sorry, put C colon. You see up at the top, you see that part up there? You want to
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
And then go into Brenda. I believe go into your folder, and then let's see where the music folder is at.
Can I help?
Yes, go ahead.
I think if you right click on the circle of life,
Yeah.
right click on it, go to properties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's better. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And then you copy the location. That location. Yeah. Copy that.
Yeah. That's way better.
Easy peasy.
Okay. Now paste it there. It has to be the same slash, backslash all through. Your next music and circles gonna be it's not gonna make it work. Okay, change there. Back. Okay, save it. Make sure you save it. Okay, now go to the browser. Let's listen to your music. I would like to know what Brenda listens.
It's embarrassing pictures. Sorry, I didn't know.
Is it music or picture? Oh, okay.
Both.
Oh, what's the picture? It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the music doesn't.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Brenda, you have a project ready.
Yes.
Okay, now click. You see the volume. The volume is go back.
Oh, to the browser?
Yeah. If you want to.
Oh man, sorry.
That's okay.
Where is it? Where is it?
That one. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That. So if you have to play it, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everyone, yeah. Brenda had a wedding like a few days ago.
That's beautiful.
Brenda.
I'm sorry? Pause it? Yeah.
Yeah, you can pause it. But
Okay,
you see how it goes, right?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Thanks, Emily, for that tip there.
You're welcome.
Okay. So if you were to change.
Thanks for the help.
if you have to change, say you say, hey, I just want people when they come to my website, all they want to do is to listen to the music, nothing else. You really, oh, that artist you're trying to sell yourself, right? So you say, hey, you come in, it's gonna get started. There's no wasting time. We're in a party mood right now. So, and then it's gonna play forever. So we come here, we refresh. Okay. For some reason it didn't start. Let me see. Loop, yes. Auto start. Why not? Let's go back here. My browser, for some reason, is caching the old stuff. Let me see. Okay, but I mean, you get the gist of it. For some reason, it's not doing the auto. Like immediately we come in, the website opens. If I was to do that, let's see here. I can go in there. It's not doing it, but maybe if I had a different browser, that would be automatically loads the music and play continuously. So long as that computer is on, it's gonna be playing. Now, what will happen if, for example, Brenda, you have some, let's say some videos you want to share with people?
Yeah.
You can also do the same. You go to your HTML, you say, I would like to embed videos in my HTML. Okay. So we can use that.
Are you sharing your screen?
Now I'm copying and then I'm sharing.
Oh, okay. All right.
We come here. Let's say you go into a private, let's say something private you want to just share with a few friends, but this time around it's going to be for everybody. So we go here. You say, I would like the width to be only 420, the height to be 315, and the source, SRC, take it for me, it's going to be the source in HTML. And the iframe is going to be like, you make a very small frame inside your internet browser or in your browser, so that where you are going to play your video from.
You can share your screen. You can share your screen. You're not sharing.
Are you guys not seeing my screen?
Yes.
No, you haven't taken over since I started presenting.
Oh, you're right. I forgot.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me go back. Okay. I thought you were already sleeping, man. Okay. Now you see, can you see the screen now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the iframe, this one, it's just a container to make it in a frame. Okay. And then the YouTube is going to be a video. Okay. And then we have that. So let me go back here, see if I can get something relevant to what we're doing here. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we come here, assuming we can go get that. So we get that, and then we save it. Okay. Now we go here. Okay, let's go ahead and see what this does. So iframe is just for put it in a frame. The width is going to be 420, the height is going to be 315, and the link to that source is going to be there. So let's go back here after being saved, refresh. For some reason, we are not yet able to see that. So let's see what we can do here. Don't panic. There's always a way out. Okay. Okay, So come back here.
Question. Sorry, before we wrap up on the video thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Embed. I had put auto start to true. Is it supposed to just start when it loads the page?
Yeah, that's the way
You still have to play.
It didn't start?
I have
Did
to play it. I have to play it.
Okay. For some reason, maybe Chrome doesn't do it. It could be just a browser specific thing.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So here, let's go ahead and save. And then we come back here. Now, remember, this is just HTML. We're not installing anything, so everything's jumbled up. Now we refresh that, and then see what we have. It's not doing it. Okay, let me go back here. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, let me go see if I can get something else. Yeah, I did again. Let me go back to it. It's an iframe, so iframe here. It's a YouTube channel. Everything looks good. I've been working. Okay. Okay, let me see here if this one can. Hopefully this one's gonna work for us. Let me go back, save it. Okay. Okay, this one is gonna work. So that's how we embed the video in your web page. And of course you can customize it, make it really look nice, you know. Open your eyes, look up to the skies. Okay. That's how we do the video. That's how we do the music. And then we do the pictures. So all this will be like, can be all organized in a multimedia folder. In that multimedia folder, we have the video, we have the music, we have the pictures. Okay. So far, so good. Any questions?
When so let me go first.
Go ahead. Somebody has a question? Emily?
Oh, yeah. I noticed for the YouTube, you first define the height and width before you put in the SRC.
Mm-hmm.
Is that specific for video or?
We can find out. Some of these are not conventional. We can remove it there and then we go over it. It's probably going to work. Maybe might just not work, but let's find out.
Okay.
To do that, you just go back and then we go back here and then refresh. Apparently, still work. So it could be a matter of reference. When it comes to HTML, some of these are very flexible.
Okay.
Open your eyes. Yeah. Okay.
I also have a question.
Go ahead, please, Esther.
So what's the difference between embed and iframe? Because like can you embed the video, the YouTube video?
We can embed. You can try, but iframe is just making it like have its own way of standing out there. But let's see if it can work. Some of them I've never tried before, but let's find out. Okay, so we go ahead and say that's embed. Is that going to work out? Let's see. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Mostly embedded, like embedded in there. So we find out here. Let's find out. Refresh. Works out. Maybe some browser might act up, but this one works out.
So like, what's the difference?
Huh?
So like, what's the difference? Where should you use embed and where should you use an iframe?
Okay, iframe. Let me see if I can give you an example. Iframe is like a small frame within a big frame, right? Let me bring this one here. See here, this is a whole frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is a whole frame right there. But within that whole frame, we have a small frame. So this is going to be an iframe. Especially now, we are able even to scroll down. So an iframe will be this one on the left and this one on the right. That's the iframe. That's HTML. Iframe used to be big time in the early 90s. People normally don't use it, but for video, it's going to be really cool to like you have your stuff over here, and then you have your video over here in an iframe all by itself. Or you can just go ahead and embed everything on the same page. Like we did the embedding here. We did the embedding of let me go back here. We did the embedding here, and then we did, this is also embedded. But if we did the iframe, this will be another frame inside here, which will be all independent and the standalone. Like here, let me show you. See my screen here? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is an iframe. And these are embedded in there. So this is the video we did today. So this is the iframe. If I can play, I can play it
it's
here.
just somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
Do you see?
No, I don't see it yet.
Okay.
You see?
No problem.
Oh, okay. Oh, now I get the difference.
Now you see the difference?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Any other question? Anybody?
Yeah.
I mean, good.
Yes.
This is just but an addition.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the image modification, you forgot to say that you can do it in two ways. We can do it either in pixels or in percentage. You express it as a percentage of the actual size.
Yes, actually I mentioned the percentage, and I say percentage will always be good when it comes to responsiveness, because the browser will be looking at the image in comparison to how big the screen is, and then it's going to shrink it or expand it based on the percentage you give it. So
Okay.
we did the pixel, which is the width and the height. Okay. But if we were to do embedding, let's say we do, let me give you an example. And we'll talk about this very much in HTML and in CSS. But let me go ahead and show you a real quick example. So we say responsive image in HTML. So if I did responsive image in HTML, I'll be doing something like that. Okay, I'm going to show you 1 second. So this one will be CSS. Don't worry if you don't understand it, but look, you see that? We can declare responsiveness. We give it a width of 100%. Maximum width is going to be 400 pixels. And the height is going to be automatic. Okay? And then when we do that, then we go ahead and say, when we do that, we go ahead and say, we declare a class. Okay? So when we declare a class for specific image. Every image will have a class, and that class will be this one. This is a whole class. Just allow me slowly, and I'll explain everything. Just look at the screen, okay? Now look here. Assuming that we have the image, okay, and that image we call it truly PNG. Okay, all that is good, okay? But now we don't need that, okay? When you're dealing with the percent, we don't need it because we're gonna keep those information, the one I just deleted, we're gonna keep them in the CSS. But now instead, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'm gonna declare a class. I call that class responsive, okay? And then once I do that, now I go back here, okay? I go back here now. What you see here is gonna be style. Okay, and then once I do the style, I'll go ahead and copy all that, okay? Cut, and then within the style sheet, I paste it in there. And then once I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and cut that and then move it up to the top. I normally like to put them up somewhere up there, okay? It's taking shape, but it's not gonna be very clear to you now. But to answer your question, Violet, that's exactly what they meant. So instead of using pixels like hard-coded in terms of like I want this one to be 20 centimeters and nothing more, we can make it such that it's gonna be percentage. And then we can say, okay, when it reaches this percentage, it's gonna go up to 100, but we want the width to be 100 pixels. Pixels, remember it's pixels, PX, okay? But here we did not even say anything. These are like DPIs. These are dots per inch of what we're looking on the screen. When you look at your screen, if you have very keen eyes, you might be able to see dots. And that depends on how low resolution your screen is. So if this was to work, then let's try. I'm not really sure if it's gonna work, but that's exactly what we do when it comes to responsiveness of the website. So we come here and then we refresh it. So you see there was some difference there, right? Did you guys notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you? Okay, we can go back here. I right click and then I go do the inspection. Okay. There's more to this. When I do the inspection, I come here. This is the whole thing, okay? And then I go in there, and then I just want to go into this one. This particular image here is only on this one. The next one is only on that one. Let me show you. Next one is on that one. The next one is on that one. The next one is on that one. And the last one is the video. So if you were to look at the first one, it's telling us that whatever we have in there is actually what you see in the Italian. And every image is made the same. Now, for a second, let us go back in here and make the same image the same. Okay, we want all of them to have the same attribute. You have the responsiveness, okay? Copy that. Brenda, I'm sorry, Violet, are you following?
Yeah.
Okay. So we say that, then we go ahead and say, okay, now we want that one also to be classic. The same will also be done for this one. And then we change that one. Okay, so every image is going to be treated the same way. And then remember, we only declared it once, but we're using it now for all the images to be responsive. The responsiveness is going to be making the image 400 pixels wide. I'm sorry, 400 pixels. Okay. Maximum width is going to be 400. We can make this one to be, let's say, 350. and then the width is going to be responding to 100%, and then the height is going to be automatic. Okay, so let's go save here, and then there's something I need to show you so you can see. You save that, right? And then once we save, I'm going to go ahead and exit the inspection. Okay. Before we do anything, let me show you. You see that? You see how the website is doing it. You see how those images are moving around?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, now let's go back and do the same thing. You see how it did it now? That's the responsiveness. Okay. So Brenda, I'm sorry. I mean Violet. You see your point, the one you brought up. Now brought us to start touching on CSS. Good advantage, maybe bad, but at least now we understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. Any other?
So is that what will come into effect when you open that website on a phone, on iPad?
Yeah.
Is that how the sizing?
Yeah. Now,
okay.
Exactly. Now, if you take this website now and then you put it on your phone, these images will be responding to your size of the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll be like a squidget. I can do the squidging here. That's
Okay.
almost the phone size. So I can do that. And then I say,
yeah.
So now you can scroll and see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Hmm.
Yeah. So that's the wonder. That's the wonder of what we have here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another question.
Please.
Can we use the alt on music and the videos? Can we use it?
We can do that. We can try.
Okay.
Let's go back here. Let me grab, I think I've grabbed the wrong URL for the music. Okay, let me go back here. Bear with me. Okay. So, first I'm gonna go ahead and go back to iframe from embedding. And then we go ahead and let's do the title. We can do the title here. And then we can put that and then we just say, this is our picture. That's we got the music, it's our music. This is our music. And then we say, same title again, we say, this is our video. Okay. Then once you finish, go ahead and save it. Then you go back here. Refresh. Okay. Refresh. I don't know, it didn't come up with it. It came up in the images. It didn't come up there. It didn't come up there. Yeah. But now we know it's good for image.
Yeah.
It's good to always try. Hey, what if I try this? Let me just explore. Okay. But you see, it's not giving us any error. Yeah. So that probably now answers our question.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
What if I wanted to use an image from my drive? I tried, but it kept downloading the image instead of embedding it on the site.
Okay. Say one more time. I'm sorry.
You used a YouTube link, right, for the
Yeah.
video on the side?
Yeah.
But I wanted to use a video from my computer.
Okay, so you probably might need to use something else different other than using iframe. If it's on your computer, it's going to
okay.
look at your computer because that's the default drive you have. So it could be like you want to embed it, then it can work for you. You want to share your screen? Let's see.
I used embed, so it's probably not gonna work. Okay, I'll share.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay. I tried iframe, it didn't go. It didn't.
It's downloading.
So I tried embed. It still didn't work. Because when I refresh it, it keeps telling me this. At first, it was downloading the image, the video over and over and over.
Yeah.
But
So what I
now,
normally do in such cases, sometimes I go to Mother Google. Somebody
okay,
somewhere has very good tip for that. And you see,
sounds good.
different browsers behave differently.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
Sawa.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. So, what did you read in that booklet, the 25-page book, which you think we need to cover, which was not very clear, other than the tags, the embedding, the iframe, anything you can think of? Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, the forms.
Okay. In the forms, yeah.
The I didn't understand like label.
I didn't understand
What
the
is a
form.
label? What's the attributes?
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
guide me. Which one did you cover and you feel like we need to put more emphasis on? On the form, there's input forms in the HTML. Which attribute?
Like okay, I understood like the concept of me creating the form,
Mhm.
but what I didn't understand is like what's the essence of the labels? Like
Okay.
yes.
That's for label. Let me go back here. Let's see HTML here. Let's say you're creating. This is let's say Esther trying to invite family members, to come to some kind of graduation. So you want to just create a quick website. Okay? Then assuming that this is going to go to, this is a script URL, okay, to go to a
Are you
one,
sharing your screen?
okay, I'm sorry, let me take that. Okay. Okay, now you see here?
Mhm.
Okay, so this is a form. We have to declare we're using the form tags, okay? The action is gonna go to your beautiful Python script, which will process that form for you. And then return to the visitor, maybe send an email or send a feedback, okay? Like a guest book. So this could be go to a wonderful Python script you created. And then you want either to use get or you can use post, okay? Now, normally we use post. Post is more safer. It does not, when you post, it does not show the details of that post on the URL. But if you use get, you see a post on the URL with some details you can even give away some passwords. So there are cases where we can use, and we actually use get, but most of the time we use post. Okay. Now in here, okay, are the form elements. Now that form element, for now, in HTML, you have to understand that's going to be how you actually comment stuff. So when you do that, when you do what I just did, like this, and then you did that, it's going to block this if it's a code from being executed, okay, by the browser. So you can put that as a comment, and then we go back here, and then we say we want to be able to input some stuff. So in our thing, we want you to come and, okay, fill some form for us. One of the first things we want you to do, we want to know who you are. So give us your name, okay, and then first name, and then give us your last name, but in between we want to break so that we go to the next line. So break it. So that this right here, first name, and this right here, last name, those are the labels. Those are the labels, okay? But these are input form tag, okay? Remember, we start a tag, but we end the tag here, okay? And then in between the input tag, we put the type of tag. The type is going to be a text, okay? Okay, and then we have the name. This name here is going to be the variable, which we are very interested in, and that's what we are going to send to that wonderful script. The wonderful script could just be, let's say, guestbook.py for Python. So it will receive that and then process it. So right now you don't have to worry about what that guestbook is going to look like, because we'll eventually touch on that when we start doing the Django program. So if you did everything the way it's supposed to be, and say you want to add additional stuff here, okay? You want to say first and last name is not enough for me. I would like to know where these people, where I can contact them. Like I would like to get their email. Okay, so say email. That's gonna be the label. Okay, that's the label, and then this one will be the name of that label. That's the variable. And then you say, what about having their phone numbers? I would like to have their phone numbers too. So all this, you're going to go ahead and put there. So you say, hey, give me your phone number also. Because when they submit, it's going to go straight to your Python script, which will grab it, process it, and then put it in the database. And we will touch those on, I believe, on week 5. So you say this is going to be the form. Okay. So let's go ahead and save. Right now, it's not yet complete, but I would like you to see what we are doing with it before we go any further. So we save that, and then we come back here. So we refresh, okay? Look on the screen. It's going to be jumbled up, but this is what you get. That's the form. Look, this is not even beautiful. It's really messed up, but at least we are headed somewhere. You need your first name, you need your last name, give us your email address and your phone number. All these are in the HTML format. When they put the information in here, we still don't know where we're going to go with it, right? So let's see how we can create something which will enable us to send it to where it needs to go. So just stay with me there. We are going to go ahead and give it some more information. So you want these people to, when they come, you want them also to give you some kind of feedback. So a form is good, give me your name, but hey, what if you want your feedback? Hey, how did you hear about us? So you can say here. Then we just use this one right here. Go ahead and put a break. And then we go back and format this, make it look beautiful. Format. So here is a new, this one here is a new tag. We just introduce in addition to input. Input, most of the time, in this case, it's going to be, if it's a text, it's going to be like your name, my name, phone number, those are texts. Okay. There are other types which we will learn. And then we come to the text area. Text area is more or less like the input, but it's a little bit wider. It will have the rows and the columns. So 5 rows and 50 columns. And then this is the variable for it. So we give it a variable which will give, which we will be able to, based on that variable, we will be able to use it for processing that form when it goes to the server through Python script. So we go ahead and save that. Okay. Then go ahead and load it. Refresh. Then you see that's already coming in there. So this is where you can put your notation. Okay. But still not useful. We cannot send this form anywhere. Okay. So what if you want to make additional information available? So you say, okay, now we've already got their name, we have their email address, we have their phone number, and then now we have them give us some of the comments. But what if we want to give them some choice of, let's say, food? We don't know if they're vegetarian or what do they eat? Let's find out. Okay, so we come here. We're going to use another tag. We're going to call that tag checkbox. Okay, so we come here, paste that, and then we say we're going to rename that. So we say snack. Okay, and then based on that, say, hey, we don't know what kind of snack they want, but if they say yes, we're going to get it. And then we say here, they're going to give us the food. Okay, food, we just say, okay, food is food. So if they can check one or check all. Okay? So let's see how that comes. So remember, now we have a new tag. It's input, but it's not input like the one we were having before. Now it's an input in the form of a checkbox. Okay, so we go ahead and save that. Go back here, refresh. Look at what it does right there. We might just decide to say, I don't like where it's appearing. Let's go ahead and do the BR. So it can go to the next line. Okay? And the formatting, most of them, the power will come with the CSS. So we take it the next line, okay? And then we are going to go ahead and do some more. So we say, okay, those are checkboxes, but what if somebody needs some choices made? Like we just need out of 10 choices, we need maybe a few choices made based on what they want. So we go ahead and go back here. Now, instead of this being checkboxes, we can say we want them to be radio. Okay, but with different options. So we say, go ahead and do the BR. Okay, and then in the BR, go back there. Change that to radio. And then we change this one where this is going to be like bullet points. Okay, and then instead of saying snack, we want them to say, are you vegetarian? Or you're a meat eater. I don't know what that is. So it's a meat eater. Okay. Then you say meat, vegetable, meat. And remember, all this is going to be sent to the database. Okay. So if we do that, let's go ahead and save that one. here. Excuse me. All right. Refresh. Look on the screen. Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Can I take 1 short minute? Let me grab some water, okay? I'll be right back, please.
To you all in Kenya, more power. You guys are veterans.
Yeah, 2 a.m.
Yeah.
We have a set we have used. Mimi nimeweka miguu ndani ya maji.
I can imagine.
Like in high
Yeah.
school.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm back. Okay, guys. So we've already made some options. So we're gonna invite people. Okay, we've already shown the video. They can play the music on our website. This is some of the flowers we have. Maybe those are cottages, some of the places where they'll come and spend a night. Maybe you're doing this website for a hotel, you know. Now we need them to tell us whether they're gonna eat a snack or food. Are they gonna be like for a day or two, you know, maybe just for a few hours? They're vegetarian or meat eaters. Now remember, at this point, it's not yet done, but we need to be able to send this to the server. So we are going to go ahead and explore that part, okay, where we need to do the submit. So sometimes before you submit, what if somebody made, let's say, a mistake? There's always that reset. So before we do that, we can go ahead and say, hey, let's get some button. Okay, we want to get some button, and then in the button, we go ahead and say, go back here. Okay, always make sure whatever you do for the form, it has to be between the form and the form. This is a tag in order for them to be able to be sent to that action item using that method, okay? If you put it outside, you try to click, it's not gonna go nowhere. So you're gonna put here, again, BIR is your friend. You can even, instead of BIR, you can even put a paragraph if you like. Paragraph is gonna make a bigger space. So you come here, and then we paste. So we have a submit button. You can reset, okay? And then you can do the button okay. And then if you want to, let's say, showcase an image here. Say you want to put, let's say, an image of, it could be like an image of some kind of, let's say, a website, or I mean, it could be the logo. But let's see how that looks. Let me access this one. You guys will be experts by the time we get next week. So let's go ahead and save this again, and then refresh. We did refresh already. So you see we can submit, we can reset the submission, and then we can just say okay. I don't know what the okay is for, but it's not necessary in this case. So we can we can decide, hey, we don't need that, okay, or we don't need the image. So you can just go ahead and say, okay, for that, just do that, and then we go ahead and normally when I code, I don't delete my code. I just comment them until when I'm completely done, I clean it up and then I send it ready. Sometimes you can delete a code and then you realize that you really needed that code line. So you're gonna type it again, and that's gonna be a lot of waste of time. So we just did that and then we got rid of that. So if we were to submit our document here, or we were to submit our information, you're gonna use the submit button, or you're gonna reset. Say you just put food and then you put meat eater, you can reset. See, I did not really mean to do the snack, but I did the snack. You can do the snack and the food, but you cannot do vegetarian and meat at the same time. It's either meat or vegetarian. It's either meat or either vegetarian or meat, but not both. Look. So if we do this, this is not correct. So what we need to do, we can go back here. And for the radio, we make sure this one is gonna be off and one is gonna be on, but both of them, they're the names, the radio. So you want it to alternate. Okay, and what would we do? Anybody have an answer to that? They have to share something. So somebody has to be off, somebody has to be on. Any idea? Think. Can you think of any idea?
Would the true or false come into play here?
It's actually true or false, yeah.
Okay.
But how do we make it alternate?
With a loop, maybe? If
Remember, this is HTML. So HTML is not even smart enough to know what the loops are.
I don't know, because if it would be if vegetarian, then
Let me tell you. If this is vegetarian, this is meat. Okay, so we have to make them have something in common. So we either click one or we click the other, but we cannot click both. Let me give you another example here. Let me show you here. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, you see, I'm sorry, you see that? It's either female or male, but it cannot be both. Okay, but the code is on the left. Okay, so look at the code. It's either male, okay, or it's female. Both of them are radio, okay, but the IDE, the ID and the gender, this one has to be what we have to make the same. Okay, so if you come back here, let's go ahead and make either both of them meet or either, this is just a name, so it really does not matter. So we can say whatever we have there, it's going to be shared in common. So we can say meat or vegetable. But when you come here, you refresh, and then you try to click one, click for the other. Okay, so that's how you do it. But the fact it's meat, okay. This meat or vegetable is just a variable name. Whatever we have in the database will tell us exactly whether that meat is, it could be, let's say, beef, or it could be pork, or it could be mutton, it could be chicken, it could be fish. So here we can input this to be a vegetable. But whatever we put in the name has to be the same in order for that radio to be in an alternate.
So
go ahead.
is it safe to assume
Mhm.
that name is like the column name, and then
Name is like a variable.
oh,
Yeah, but the variable can be your name. I can put Emily here. It does
mhm,
not mean that Emily is going to be the backend.
okay,
But Emily is just going to be a container to take the
okay.
information.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. It's like a container where everything will go in, but now that will be if whatever is going in is either vegetarian or meat.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, got it.
And remember,
Mm,
this part here, the one you're seeing here,
yeah.
super special, because if you mess here, everything in the back is going to be messed up.
Yeah.
So here, the thing is, don't trust anyone. Make sure you do the validation, and those will be like you do in JavaScript or you do in the backend, like in Python.
Mm-hmm.
And like you don't want to trust anybody with the information because they might be able to send us something bad which is going to mess up the database. So the validation, verification, and all that stuff, and security has to be tight. This could be probably the same place whereby you can ask them to give you their payment information. Could be through PayPal or could be through credit card, could be through M-Pesa, their phone number, their PIN number. So it has to be very secure. But now, if you did everything right, and then you basically click on submit, it will go and submit. If you look here, this is what will happen if you used this guy.
Mm.
So you don't want to use get, you want to use post. Let's try post. Save it. See all that information we get in there because of the get. But now let's go back, refresh, and then try again. Now you don't see it. At this point, you only see the name of the file which is taking over the control, which is the guest book. The guest book is going to grab all the information we put in here, my first name, my last name, my phone number, my email address, the description of what I'm talking about, the snack, whether I'm a vegetarian, and then all that's going to be put out there. And then immediately maybe send me an email, say, hey, we've already confirmed that you registered and welcome to, let's say, Lake Naivasha Lodge, and we look forward to see you next week. Okay. So this is just a very small piece of information. And I know we need to put more in it and be able to get it to go. But being a tip of the iceberg does not necessarily mean that it's a small thing to. This is a big responsibility. So far until right now where we are, what do you think about HTML? How like you know you can do it now, right? You got it. Give me your honest opinion.
It's interesting
Mhm.
because now a lot of things make sense.
Now they make
And
sense. I'm glad to
yeah,
hear that.
I can't wait to do more. So
Yeah.
I
And
guess it can be addicting.
it's gonna be very addicting. It's gonna be very addictive, such that sometimes you forget to go to eat. If you remember, I
Yeah.
I shared a website which is W3 Schools. If you
Yeah.
get time, you go through those step by step. In HTML, if you can master the tags, practice them, It's almost like speaking the language. Remember, this is not a programming language, but it's very essential in development. You cannot do a website without HTML. It's a markup language. It will work very well with styling, the way we did, based on the question we got from Violet. We were able to go in and make it responsive. We can make this look better than this. We can make it look very well organized, and it's going to be a complete website with all the security features, verification, and ready to go. Okay. Any other question? This is the power of technology.
Yeah.
So I know John want to ask me about fish. Go ahead. How do you compare? How can you implement this in the fishing industry?
Not really. I was just asking, suppose you want to add some text onto the image.
Have some?
You want to add some text onto the image, like the image you have just you have inserted on that particular web page, and you want some, maybe you want to add some information like a description of that particular image into the image.
Okay. Do you have like an idea? Because I'm not sure I understand you, but like what we did in the title and the. Well, let me show you.
Yeah.
Like what
Yes.
we did here.
No.
Not really, but now inside the image itself, like you find that some websites, you find that there's some description that have been inserted on the image itself.
Okay, so give me an example. Like on this image, there could be some text on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's doable. You can do that. You can actually embed image on that, embed text on an image.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that, and that's possible.
Okay.
You can do that in your graphics, also in design. You can do that on Fly, like HTML5 has a lot of power to help you do that. And let me see if I can get an example of that.
But you can also do like just a title for that particular picture, yeah?
Yes.
And maybe an explanation of what the picture is, like either at the top or at the bottom, right?
Yes, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
You can let me show you how real quick. Yeah, 1 second. Let's say we wanted to do something to describe, let's say the first image. We come here, we say BR. Okay, and then we just say Italy in its best. In its best. Okay, something like that. Let's see what it does. Might be awkward, but we're all learning. So let's see how that will refresh. Where did it go? I didn't print it, did it? Okay, let me go back here. We might need to do a little bit of formatting to be at its best. So we click that. Make sure we do a page, paragraph. Copy that. And then we go back in here. This will create a new line, and that will create paragraph after that new line. Let's try. I don't know why I took the other one too, but let's go ahead and find that. Imagine somewhere you can just see. Okay, see that? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's describing that. Now we can also embed text in an image, embed text in an image. using HTML. Some of them have never done for a long time. So if we had okay, we had an image, we show that, and then we want to be able to put some stuff on that image. Let me go ahead and open a new document. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Copy this one here. Okay, we're gonna edit that, copy, and then open a new file, paste that in. And then I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of everything except for the bare minimum. Remember, we have a copy, so there's no big deal. Okay, then we go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and save this document somewhere. Copy it, save it. And then we save it on the desktop, but to the image folder. We call it snow. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna show you real quick. And then we go back here. Okay, so div is for like a division, div. You learn a little bit of that when you start working on stuff which are very relevant what we're doing here. So images, it's gonna have that, and then we know this is gonna be a snow, okay, and then the width is gonna be 100%. That's in the style. So you can do the style like that, but you can also do the style specific to one particular line. We have the class, we have the top, the width, and all that. Those are the positions where we're gonna put the lettering. So I'm gonna say over here, say this is Emily. This is gonna be Brenda. You might not get everybody, but that's fine. Okay, we're gonna get Esther, the Violet there. Then we can go on to get Violet and Nancy. Go ahead and get John, George. That's good for now. Let's go ahead and do that. Then once you do that, okay, refresh, copy and save first. Make sure you don't overwrite the first one. So we have to save as. And then we are going to save mountain. It's going to be on the desktop. Mountain HTML. We have it. And then we come back here. Then let me show you. Okay, so this is the mountain. So that's gonna be all the names, but we want to make them in here somewhere. Okay, how do we do that? So let's go ahead and do the CSS. The CSS is too long. So right now it's not gonna make any sense to you, but let me just show you for now, because the moment we are going to touch CSS, it's gonna be wonderful understanding of both words. So we're gonna go ahead and say whatever we want it to be in here. That's the CSS. Okay, so the absolute positioning of each and every word, like say the bottom right, where's the bottom right gonna be? The bottom right is gonna be Violet and Nancy. And then John and Joe is gonna be top right. And then, okay, we're gonna have Emily's name. We're gonna have top left. Brenda's gonna be top. Emily top bottom left. Brenda top left. The top right is gonna be John and George, and then bottom right Violet, Nancy, and then center is gonna be Esther. Esther's gonna be in the center. So let's go ahead and do that. So to answer your question, John, yes, you can do that, but with CSS. So you come here, see all these names are here, right? Let's see if they can come out of there and then they go where they are supposed to be in the document. Can you see them now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can do the positioning. You see on the left, on the bottom right corner, there's Violet and Nancy. Top right corner, there's George and John. Top left is going to be Brenda. Emily is going to be bottom left. And in the center will be Esther. Did that answer your question, John?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Anybody else? And getting the stuff going. Getting very smart, HTML.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
It's I read somewhere that about semantics.
Say again. Say again.
I was reading somewhere that in HTML you're supposed to use things like main, aside, article. I think they're called semantics. Is it a must to use them? Do they have a significance?
Okay, I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you try again, please?
I'm asking about semantics.
Okay, semantics. Okay.
Yeah. So, what's the use? What's the importance of of using such tags? Like, are they what's
As semantics in HTML?
Yes, like using like main, then article, then aside. Is it a must to use them when you're writing the HTML?
Oh, those are very useful, like with HTML5. Okay, let me show you. Okay. You see on the screen? Okay, see, okay, see. The semantics, okay? See here? When we are designing a web page, like our web page is one of the most terrible ones, right? But when you want to put things in perspective, organize them, they look more organized and in place, you're gonna go the semantic HTML. Now, semantic HTML is a use of HTML markup, okay, to reinforce the semantics or meaning of the information in the web pages and web applications, rather than merely to define its presentation or look. Can you see my screen?
The notes, yes.
You see, am I sharing? You see semantic HTML?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at this image here, take your web page to be a piece of paper right here. Okay. Up at the top is going to be the header. Okay, normally. The next one across is going to be the navigation. The navigation will be like the menu and menu items like about me, about us, homepage, product and services, okay? And then the next one will be a section. Section will be a container to like several articles. Say, for example, you are looking at a website like, let's say, Wall Street Journal, okay? Inside a container, there'll be different articles. Each and every article will have a header. Inside that header will be a paragraph. Paragraph run down, the next one will be another one, and those will be different. And then the next one down will be another article, the same article, different article with another header. And then on the side will be sidebars, okay? And then we can have another sidebar here, and then we have a footer at the bottom. Those are the semantics. Now, if you look, let me see if I can widen that. If you look, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. You see the footer? That's where most of the stuff which are also appearing at the header will appear. At the footer will be like your phone number, like gonna be your email address, gonna be like the address of the company, which probably is gonna be the company working for, maybe your NGO. That's where you're gonna put your contact information. And then on the side will be like, that's probably where you want to put, if you want to run some advertisement on your website, or you just want to put some stuff on the side, that will be where the side will come in. And then in the middle will be a section or subdivided for articles, different articles. Up at the top, there'll be navigation, and then the topmost will be the header. So you see, they're different, really different. Now look at this one here. This one is going to be pretty much the same, but not exactly. Depends on the layout of what they're looking at. Okay? Now you see this one, the side is going to be on the left. This one, the side is going to be on the right. Some of them might have two sides, left and right. Some of them just left or right. Okay? Then see that? See that? So those are the semantics. Did that answer you?
Yes. So like when you're writing the code, you have to like state that this information is in a side, this one is article. You have to write the tags.
Yeah, so those will be like tags. You see, like they're using article. Okay, let me show you the semantic right there in the little schools. Okay, so you come here, you want to declare some page like this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
We start with the header, we go to the navigation, and then we look at the section, then the article, and then we go on the side, okay, and then with the footer. Now in HTML, there are some semantic elements that can be used to define different parts of a web page. Those which we can use, or the semantics we can use are actually article, aside, details, caption, figure, footer, header, main, mark, navigation, section, summary, and I would really encourage you, the moment you start making like some serious impact on your web development, you're gonna move a little bit to this, because this is where the trend is going. Whatever you see here is the latest. So you can put, let's say you just want to put address. I can declare address tag, and then I put my phone number and my address in there, and then it's gonna be rendered. So those are semantics. So if you go this direction, you'll be able to come back and appreciate, especially when you want to do the editing. It's not gonna be all crowded. It's gonna be very specific. I want to do, let's say I want to just go and do something in the header section. Or I want to go ahead and just do something in the, let's say, this side section. Now this is an example here. This is an example of 2 sections in a document. Okay, let's go ahead and try run it and see what it does. Look at this. Okay, it's about WWF's panda symbol. Okay, look at that, and then you see. So you don't see those lines, because those lines, these lines you see here, are just the guiding. They're just guiding you, but you basically, it's giving you the boundary, the section. So for us here, the section is where we put the word this, okay? And then we use H1 for the header. which is header 1. And then remember, we learned about the paragraph. So that paragraph runs across like that. And then that's the first section. And then the second section, imagine this one is gonna be in here. So we probably might squeeze 2 of them in the same. First and then second. So we go to the next one. You say WWF and symbol. You do the same. So this is gonna be like copy and paste. You just change the content. See, like here, the same. Just change the content. But when you do finish, you can come and render, and it's gonna be look like this. See how it looks very organized. It's the same thing we did. It's almost the same thing we did, right?
Yeah.
Like you see that? Everything we did, but we just came and pasted that. We can do the same here. Let me just show you. Let's go back here. And then assuming all is good, let me go back here. Let's say here, assuming everything is good the way it's supposed to be, you can go back and say you want to delete everything up to that level. Save this as an article. HTML. Okay, you say article. So the article HTML. Okay, you're gonna save it on the desktop. Once we finish, go ahead and tab, then paste. Okay. Whatever we copied from there, we pasted it here in the different website. And then you say this is the WWF website. Okay. This is the WWF website. Okay. So once we finish, go back here, save it. Now let's go ahead and render it in a different, it's gonna look almost like what you see here, but it's gonna be now on it. So go ahead and grab it. We called it article, so we bring it here. Boom. The same. Okay. You can manipulate it the way you want. Okay. You dragging. That's the, see how it does it? That's the responsiveness of our website. So did that answer your question, Esther?
Yes, yes,
Cool.
yes.
Okay. Any other question?
Yeah.
Everybody? So semantic is an in thing. It's beautiful. You can even add your more stuff in there.
So is it safe to say you need to set up or to define the semantic you were using at the beginning?
Yeah, I would do that. Yes. So
Okay.
just once you do that, it's gonna be easy. Like say you want to do that, you say, hey, here I just want it to be a side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you say a side, and then you say the next one. Here I probably want to do something else. And then once you finish, you just come in and paste your stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's easier that way. Let's try that. So then we copy here, we paste in the side. Then we save that. Then we go back here, refresh. Might be different, but you know. So that's how things go around here in HTML. Okay. Any other question? How do you guys feel? I mean, if we stop here or we don't touch HTML again, I'm assuming this is gonna give you good momentum to learn. So as you learn, you have questions, you know you can always engage me. Just go ahead and ask me whatever you need. Then I'll be more than glad to walk you through it. But remember, it's so easy. It's not even easy to train on it. You just have to do it. Is that clear?
I feel good. I
Okay.
think this way I can be able to now go in and
Yeah. If
do
you
my
can
own
exhaust,
study
yeah,
practice.
exhaust the document I shared, exhaust the W3 schools, and do, if you have your environment, you just create a folder on the desktop.
Mm-hmm.
You can do download at least one of these IDEs, like VS Studio is very, VS Code is very good, and you can even have like Notepad. But I like Notepad++. When I'm working in Windows environment, it's very user friendly and it works very well. That's something you probably wanna go with. And then create the best way I would learn it. Create, think of a project. Let's say a family. Think of a family. Let's say a family. Let's say family album. You know, and then you can come up with something like that, just with HTML for now. And then the moment you start learning HTML, I mean CSS, then you bring some CSS in. The moment we start learning, hopefully we learn some, but JavaScript, then bring JavaScript in. Then this will play a major role when we are doing our final project, because now it will bring everything together for you to understand. You will be able to understand really everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that cool? I mean, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the only way to learn. I believe that will help, build up on it and then work as a work in progress.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nancy, you're very quiet. Everything good?
Yeah, we
Harriet,
got.
Nancy, Esther, Dawn?
Processing.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Okay, anybody? Any questions? John, now you can take this project and do the fish thing. Get the data. I told you to go get the data for the fishermen. Then you design the project. But this is going to be a very cool way of getting started.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Mhm. Mwalimu, can you just in finishing, like how to create links, like for example, like you want a user when it maybe a given let's say you can link maybe a text or an image, anything that you have decided to put a link on.
Okay.
So that when he clicks, then he's able to get more information about that particular thing he's searching for.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, let's go ahead and try that too. Good question. Okay, real quick. So we are going to use one of our already existing file there. Just give us easy time. I'm going to use the first one. Hello world here. I can grab that and then just drop it in there. gives me what I'm looking for. So if you are doing this and then you say, hey, you can always email us back. Okay. Always start with a tag, anchor. Okay. And then you go ref. And then we want you to link to us. You say, hey, you can link to us. And where can you get us? Let's go ahead and we're going to create a website here. Quick one. Maybe we call it, I'm going to say http:// www.johnboscolimited.com. Okay, you can link to us over there. Once you link to us, say contact us. Okay.
Yeah.
You save it. And that one, you know, when we come back to it, it's gonna go to John Bosco. So we go ahead and refresh. Okay, this one is a world. So you see the contact is over there, but we want to make it distinct. So we go ahead here and create a BR. BR. So we go to the next line. And then we refresh. Come back here. See down at the bottom, we have that. Okay. But we know johnbosco.com limited does not exist. So if we click, it's going to give us a blank page. What if it exists? So we go ahead and say, hey, what we meant was actually not that one, but this one right here. So we can come back and say, instead of that one, we can bring this one in. Okay. And then you say, for more tutorials, visit that. So we come here, then we say save it. Okay. And then come back, go back to the previous. Now you see
God.
Huh?
Sorry, I heard you mention my name. Is when I was finishing up my work and I had earphones, I couldn't talk back. But now I can. But I was listening.
Oh, so you're at work?
No, I finished like 3 minutes ago. Now I can talk.
What day you're off?
I was called upon.
That's okay. So we can create URL like that. So when you see a URL at the bottom of the page, that's exactly what they're trying to do. So if you click here, refresh, and then we click on that one, look what happens. It takes us to that website. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Yes,
okay. Now that's just one way. You can sometimes find some websites, they want you to contact them, or they want to be able to be emailed. So you can say, hey, you can actually email us. You can do that, HERF, okay? And then that one, I believe, let me see if I'm getting it right. That's gonna use a mail too. Gonna use a mail too. Okay. Second. So mail to in HTML. Okay. So we go back here and then say here, open, and then use mail to. Mail to is part of HTML tag, which is going to tell us to mail it. Who are you going to mail it to? Let's go ahead and mail it to Esther Boyd at gmail.com. Okay. So it's going to go to Esther Boy at gmail.com. And then here, all you have to do is send me an email. Okay. One second. Now here we can go back and say, hey, you can even create a P or just for a body for space, like to make it a little bit spacier. So we are going to see how we're gonna send an email to Estomboy, okay, at gmail.com. Okay, so we save that work. Okay, and then we come back here. Okay, when you come back here, you see the email. Send me an email. So we're gonna click, see what happens. When before we click, but we put a mouse over that. You see what pops up? It tells you where the email is gonna go to. So that's a wrong spelling, of course. So it was intentional. We don't want to spam Esther with an Esther email. But when we click, see what happens on the screen. It actually brings an email form. All I have to do is just say, hi, Esther. Okay, and then we say, we're gonna copy Emily. Those are fictitious emails, okay? I'm just doing them for the sake of this class. And then we say, hi all, okay? Hope you all feel good, okay? About HTML today. And sign off, I say George. Over here, all you done, just go click. If I click that and those are the correct emails, they're gonna receive the email. If I change the email to the correct one, they're gonna receive that email. So it's gonna send it. So that's how you do the URL. You call the URL link, and that's how you do the email in HTML. So far, we've not even touched any much of CSS, or we've not touched any Python. We've not even touched JavaScript yet. We're just in HTML. And we're not even touching like HTML5 proper yet. Did that answer your question, John?
Yes, yes.
Okay. If you are doing this together with me, then you should be almost where I am right now. Okay. Any other question? You guys must be very proud of what you did today. You can create a website now. Emily, create a website and put the pictures of your beautiful girls in there. You know, put some Christian music. They can go visit, you know, some link to YouTube, put your email, you can click, come and see you, you know, send some email. This is how it begins. By the time you go into the CSS, you'll be way ahead of the game.
We'll just need to beautify it.
Yeah, beautify it. Yeah.
Can we? That's interesting.
You see, right now it's jumbled up because
Yeah.
it's intentionally done so. You can put every picture has like a subtitle. You know? Yeah. Anything you guys think I should have covered, which I probably did not, based on what you read?
Is it in CSS where you are going? We put the different tabs on the website.
Tabs as at the top, right?
Yeah, as in on the top, the way you see this is the history of the company. I don't know, the product.
Okay, you can do them in HTML, like menu in HTML. Okay, you can do that in HTML. Let me see what I can show you here. 1 second. So HTML menu.
Oh, okay.
And then you beautify them in the CSS.
Okay.
So you can come back and say, we call them navigation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so with the navigation, I'm gonna say, hey, we want some navigation. We say we want them at the top, but we want a very simple navigation system. So we come here.
Please make an example of that navigation.
That's what I'm working on right now. Okay. So let's go ahead and do in the top here. Okay, this is the navigation. Okay, that's the navigation. You say the top, say home, news, contact us, and then about us. Okay, once you do that, then we are going to go ahead and paste in some HTML, I mean some CSS to beautify it. So before we do that, let's go ahead and save this and then see how it looks on the website. It might look very ugly, but let's see how it looks. It's not yet really nice, but what brings it up there, this command.
Okay.
And we have the div. Okay, the div for division, it puts it at a particular division. Now we say we would like to make this in a style. So this is a style sheet. I can put my style sheet in here. If you've done any other language like JavaScript or C, this will be very familiar. You will be very familiar with that, especially when we start working on CSS. So I can go ahead and just put my stuff in here, or I can create a new style sheet. New style sheet. Okay. Do that. Then it gives me that. Just enter. Then I paste stuff in the middle there. Okay. So whatever I'm pasting is going to be sending command to the nav. For example, the top nav, okay? And then tell the top nav, I want you to have a background which is going to be black. Overflow is going to be hidden. Have a float left. Color is going to be white, okay? And all that. So go ahead and save it. And then let's go ahead and view what happens up there. Okay, look. Boom. So our website is taking shape now. So we know, hey, you can contact us, or you can go to the news and go about us. You know, this is who we are. We are, let's say, a holiday resort based in Malindi. You can come and visit us, and these are some of our pictures. You can visit our guest book, leave us behind what you think we can do better. These are the type of food we have. You can have snack or real food. You can have vegetarian, or you can go the meat way. Submit. Oh, by the way, you can also send me an email if you want, so we can know what you think. Or if you need to link to maybe additional other websites, you can also visit, click on that. So that's how we can do that. Did that answer you? This might not mean a lot for now. Huh? Go ahead.
I think for me it did.
Okay.
But, I have to practice this to really say that I have gotten it.
Yes. Practice makes perfect. If you just read this, you will not get it. But if you read and then you make mistakes while doing it, it sticks. Because I mean, when you're done with this course, you cannot put on your resume that you did Python and then you leave out HTML or CSS. Even JavaScript. It's not gonna make you look good. It's been like, man, but all this time you did not even bother to know web development, because web development is almost most of the software now, they kind of like combine web development and application programming all together. They talk of like APIs, we have to know web development. Okay.
Which are the best tools for somebody to use when they want to make one instead of maybe using the normal?
Say one more time.
The web development tools that already have some inbuilt.
You mean like an IDE?
Yes.
Okay, the IDE I'm using here is VS Studio. I'm sorry, VS Code.
I've never heard of it. That's why I'm
Okay,
looking at
I installed it for you in the laptop.
Okay.
So you can use that. You can use PyCharm. I think I also installed for you Notepad++. So
Notepad++, I've used it before, but you have to type everything for yourself.
yeah, so that's yeah. And I really encourage you to always type these things.
Mm-hmm.
When you type them, you make mistakes, they stay. Come back and correct it. You see,
Okay.
there'll be tools which you can use which can generate everything for you, but that's not gonna make you learn.
Very true.
Yeah, you have to type, and when you type, you make mistakes. Sometimes you type, instead of typing HTML, you type HTM, or you type HMT. Then you start looking, maybe you forgot a comma or a bracket somewhere. Then when you go look at it, you say like, oh man, after maybe 30 minutes, then you find it. Because you're still learning, it really sticks. It really sticks when you get back and say like, wow, I can't remember that I could just make this kind of mistake. You know?
Okay.
So
Written on
HTML is
that.
the thing. You gotta, this one, you should not even take 1 week. And you should not take you away from whatever you're doing. You just say, okay, every day, I want to put at least 30 minutes doing this HTML. So you can go to W3 Schools. There's so many other websites out there. You can even download some of the books, but avoid using tools which are going to help you generate HTML until you really know it. If you know it, then that's good. But if you're still learning, avoid, like, for it used to be, I don't know if you're still, Microsoft used to have something they called front page. And Adobe also used to have like Macromedia. Those will generate the websites for you. Some of
Actually,
the
I've
stuff,
used that, but I didn't understand. I was able to generate everything, but again, I didn't get what
yeah,
I did to have it.
yeah, exactly. That's my point. So when you go like say you go for an interview, and then you say you know HTML, and then they ask you like what are the new features of HTML5? If you really typed your stuff in, then you stand a chance of remembering this. But if you just generated them from some tool, then it's not gonna make you look good. So like, but you said you know it, you know. So I would recommend you can use those tools, but only if you've already known the ins and the outs of HTML, how it works. It makes a lot of sense to struggle and reach that top of the hill, and then you realize, wow, it really took me long than just flying and then be at the top, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Is that good?
That's good. And after you manage maybe to create a simple website, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you think of hosting it just to see for experimenting, is it something you can do on your own or you have to pay to host it?
You can host your own website. Okay, let me give you different angles to that. You can
Mm-hmm.
host a website local to your computer. Okay, you
Yes.
just pick a folder, and then only if you just want it for your own use, right? Your own practice. Okay, you can there's some tools you can download, and then you can program it and then put it on your own, just or just on the desktop. But if you want the world to see it, then there's some websites which might be able to even give you free access with a limited availability of space to host your website. But again, hosting a website nowadays is minimal in terms of cost. They might charge you maybe a period of up to maybe 2 years, pay something very like I remember like even less than $200. But again, depends on what you want to do with it. If it's something which you help you. But if you sign up with Amazon, you pay them, you don't really pay, by they authenticate you with $1, and then you can host your website there. Or alternatively, you can sign up with GitHub, and then HTML, CSS, and JavaScript you can do on GitHub. And you can create your own profile in GitHub, which I think you guys did, right? Already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can do those. But for me, and I download what I call Apache XAMPP. It comes with some languages like PHP. It comes with MySQL database. It comes with PAL, and I can do HTML in it, and then I can host my own website in my own laptop. Yeah? Maybe when you receive your laptop, you can organize one day a remote in, and then I'll show you how you can do that. So you can,
Apache?
huh?
What's the web server? Is Apache like the full name?
Okay, it's actually, okay, let me take you back. It's a tool which comes with Apache. Apache is
Okay.
a web server, okay?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it comes with MySQL database,
Yeah.
comes with PHP,
Yeah.
comes with Perl, PERL, programming language. You can install let's say a virtual box, and then install Ubuntu, so you can use them, and then you can host your website just for your own practice. It will give you a lot of leverage in terms of knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the name is XAMPP. So it's Apache Friend, something like that. These are these are all free tools. They just combine under this particular name, so you can just click on it, download it, and then install it for you.
Okay.
Software development, you don't, once you get in, you don't have to relax. There's no relaxing. You keep on learning new stuff. So that's how you can stay ahead of the game. Things come out every day. Sometimes when you talk of, like right now, you go for an interview, they will not interview about HTML4. They will automatically think you already know HTML5. So you have to be on top of your game. Web development, front end or back end. If you're doing both, then you're going to be a full stack developer. Any other question? John, looks like you want to talk. If you want to develop a project,
Yes.
don't start developing a project. Go sit down and write it down like you're writing a letter.
Yeah. Yeah.
All the requirements and everything, and then put them in an organized manner. And then a project is not something you do overnight. It might even take, like, depends on how big, how large the project is. It might take several months or even weeks. In your case, I know you talk about the fishery department. You really want to create a very smart system which can help the fisheries, or the fisheries community understand, like the season. There's so many variables you're looking.
Yeah.
I'm not in the fishing industry, but I'm thinking that there are certain areas due to temperature of the water, the fish might be more there. Maybe the kind of food they eat might be more in Fangano as compared to Sumo. So the fish know the pattern, the current flow of the lake and everything. And those are some of the data sets you have to look for out there in probably the fishery department if they have them. But good luck.
Okay.
I have a question about HTML.
Okay. Go ahead, Esther.
About ARIA.
Aria?
Yes, about using for accessibility. Is it something that you need to learn how to write?
Okay. Spell Aria for me.
ARIA. I have been reading about accessibility
Oh,
in development.
so it's something you need to learn, and there's a very good resource out there, or resources, but one of them will be on MDN for Mozilla. If you look on my screen, let me show you. Paste that in there, and then it tells you everything you need to know. Accessible rich internet applications area is a set of attributes which define ways to make web content and web applications, especially okay, those especially those developed in JavaScript, more accessible to people with disabilities. So this is where you can get started. This is when you see something on a Mozilla website like that, you know that's a standard. So this is how you go access it and read, how you can do the video, how you can standardize the reports, fill in the bugs, you know, the script need.
So is it important? Like, okay, for me, I know it's important for me because I need it. But like for example, when you're saying about like going for an interview and being asked about HTML, is it something that they require that you know about?
That's a very good question. Now let me tell you, they don't necessarily require that, but if you have that skill, you write it on your resume, it really looks good because personally, yes, I write in my resume when they talk about it because the website's going to be accessed by everybody from anywhere in the world, right? Some of them might have no disability, but some of them might have disability. But a good website should be able to accommodate everybody. So if you have that skill right on your resume, that's going to be a perfect match. And some company, I remember one company actually just hired me for that because they were very impressed that at least somebody is speaking their language.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify about that. And is it ARIA? Is it the standard that you should learn?
This is a standard you should learn here.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's anything else, if you see Mozilla, you see that up there? This is the Mozilla Foundation. You know, these are the people who are really up at the top, among other people like Google and Microsoft and all that. And of course, W3 schools. But if you see something in this website, then you know it's a serious thing. And of course, you can also get it from here, from w3.org here, so conforming to the requirements of ARIA. So if you are designing a website, I would very much recommend, if you can, to incorporate stuff like that. Things like progress bar, you know, people want to know. I don't want to sit there installing a program. I don't know when it's going to be finished. I want to be able to see the progress bar. Is it at 50% or is it at 80%? Or did it fail? Those are some of the stuff about ARIA. See? And then it tells you how you can do the scripting, ARIA scripting widgets. You know? So it takes you through a whole lot there. Okay? Is that good? Esther, you good with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
And if you want, I mean, you can go to Google and just type ARIA HTML. It's gonna give you a lot of information. And Google has some support for it. You get the fundamentals of the developers. You look at the screen there, coming up, introduction to ARIA. See all that checkboxes. Whatever we did, you can just incorporate them into this. The DOM is the document object model and the accessibility tree. You know, how you access stuff. If you see on the picture how they go. There's some, you see that there are people who cannot see completely. Okay. Now they use, I don't know if they call it brittle. They use their fingers to basically be able to tell what is written. So they can feel that. Okay. and some of them, they have screen readers. Okay, so if the fonts are not accessible in terms of somebody who wants to see that, there should be a way on the website to just somebody click and then make it like a mirror image of the script. So you just move your mouse and close it big so you can be able to read. So those are all based on ARIA. Okay. Any other question?
I think this is something I had not read before, the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
See the beauty of our meeting now, at least now, Esther brought it to our attention.
Yes.
So now you
It's
know.
very new to me, but
Mhm.
I will read about it.
This is going to be like one of the main things to actually be very familiar with. Sometimes when we don't get affected personally, we tend to forget. So you could be one of the developers out there, just develop a website and then boom, let it go. The website could be in English, but not everybody reads English. So you're in Canada, there are people who actually all they know is just French.
Yeah.
You want to make a website accessible to everybody, so that if it's an e-commerce website, you can also place an order. That way you get additional people traffic coming in. So that's also accessibility. You make it translate. Is it translatable? I mean, can it be translated to other languages? Is it accessible? Are the fonts big enough? If not, what do we do to make it big? So you see on the screen up there, see those, for example, right here, you see the green things like alert, like the tooltip. Remember we talked about the title or the alternative part of it. All these should be some of the things to consider. So they say ARIA specs describe the taxonomy of possible values for the role attributes and associated ARIA attributes, which this should be incorporated. Yeah.
So a question for somebody now who is, I had done this before when I was doing my undergraduate of HTML, but I didn't continue anything after that. It's like it ended like that. So if I'm to begin again and do maybe create a website,
Yeah.
What is like the first steps that I should make?
What do you mean? Like the whole thing, like the way we started, or just for ARIA?
So when I'll be going back to listen to this video again and now doing it, the real work on my own,
Yeah. Yeah.
I know if I follow, maybe I will get to some place and I'm unable to continue, or I need to ask a question or such things.
Yeah.
So maybe there is where I will reach out to you.
Yeah. You have my number. You have my name. Yeah. You have my WhatsApp. You can reach me anytime. If I'm not immediately available, just drop me a message. But I can tell you, the technology changes all the time. Like you can even make a website like with media and uh, and voice recognition. So when like right now, you can have video playback. You can have screen. I mean, capture the screenshots, manipulate media files, and also have a voice recognition. So those are technology which are there now. This was probably not in there when you were doing the web development, and I'm sure they were not in there when I got started. But the good things, once you get the basics, anything else is gonna be a game changer for you. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be hard to even incorporate the new technology. HTML5 has been around since 2012. And again, it's not like it's done, but they keep on building it up. New stuff coming in. technology changed. Whatever was probably before COVID, now it's probably not in there anymore. Now we're talking of new stuff. So that's the beauty. The change, the dynamics in technology makes us get employed all the time. So it's upon you to always make sure that you stay on top of the game, be at the edge of that technology, so that you remain relevant. Don't talk about HTML4. Talk about HTML5 and some of the new stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Any other question? Yes. You guys are now very powerful people with HTML in your tip of the fingers.
Until we get to practice.
Practice is perfect. Serious.
Pardon?
Practice will always make it perfect.
Yeah, I can really tell you that I can really tell you I'm okay after I do it on my own.
Yeah, but I would really recommend you try to train and create your own website. If you can, if you did it on GitHub, that's good. Now you can do it on your own laptop and then you save it on the desktop somewhere. When we learn CSS, it's gonna give you more wider area on how you can actually style your web, your HTML content, make it much more better and very responsive. Can fit on a small phone, okay, or fit on a tablet, okay, or it can fit on a big screen or a large TV set. So it's going to be responsive. Now, when you say the word responsive on your resume, that's going to be a buzzword. They'll call you as interview based on that, because they know you're the person they need. Any other? New ideas? Anything else? Because once we finish this is done. Unless it's very specific, then you can get hold of me or just ask me a question. I will not hold any other HTML session. And that does not mean it's the end of the world, but we have so many fish to catch. So this we're gonna put this on the back burner.
Pardon?
We're gonna put this at the back burner. We're gonna put it at the back of everything. Everything else will be coming at the forefront.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just like the way we began Python from zero and we started learning every step.
Yeah, you guys listen to the way Lucy and Monica were articulating everything they learned. I mean, they just.
I also wondered how long they have done that. I listened for 30 minutes because I was working at that time, and I just asked myself for how long they have been doing it. They look like it's in their fingertips.
Yeah, they really have it. They really have it figured out. It's a good thing. Very encouraging to see your students are doing perfect like they did. And I was like, wow. And I don't see they can even get hired immediately. And no problem. They really have it down.
Let me jump in here and say the beauty of that. And just as advanced Python class students and you guys getting there, this is not necessarily my area, but at this rate, I'm starting to see it's becoming my area because the way I'm starting to involve myself. At some point, it made me falling off my fingertips as well. But the beauty of it is looking at it from this lens, this eyes. You see, there's things you are doing. At the end of the day, you're doing them so that decision makers and the key stakeholders can actually get your data, figure it out, and make decisions. So the manner in which Lucy and Monica explained it to a layman. As a decision maker, I'd be wanting to hire them because they did not make it complex. I know they went through complexities of learning everything, but the manner in which they articulated their thoughts and what they studied did not scare me away. It actually drew me in, and that was the beauty of it. Like, you've learned it, it's become so intuitive that you can teach it to a 3-year-old, and by the time you get that good, then you know you really know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly correct. I was blown away, and I was like, wow. They did a lot of, okay, we were part of the journey, but the extent they took it is different. They did a perfect job.
They did amazing.
They really did. They really did. And in the next 3 months, we have this class also right there on the cutting board. We're gonna have Emily, we're gonna have John, Nancy, we're gonna have Esther, Violet.
So in the whole course that you taught them, for them, data science is what they picked and decided to specialize?
No, actually, okay, this is the thing, yeah? When I say I'm teaching you guys advanced Python programming, this is a continuation of what you started with in the introduction the introduction to Python, right? So if you look in the syllabus, I'm actually going into detail of introducing you to AWS because that's a new environment which is very good for you to master. I'm also introducing you to Linux, which is a very good component to always have at your fingertips. I'm also expanding and going into detail of establishing to you that Python is also very good in system administration. You can use it with AWS and then use it in the environment of Linux. Once we finish that, once we finish that, I'm gonna go ahead and also, I've already started, by the way. Yesterday, I sent you some very basic stuff on statistics. Yes. The main thing here is to introduce to data science. Yeah, but you have to walk the walk to be able to talk the talk. So when I started with Lucy and Monica, their class was 300 people. Those who ended up were actually 3, but those who ended up in finishing are only 2. Okay, there's a lot of difficulty involved and challenges, but they made it. At their point right now, they can comfortably say they can handle anything in data science. Because most of the things are more or less related or repetition. So to answer your
From your
question,
point of view,
okay,
what helped the two
what helped?
end up successful?
Okay, so one thing they did is dedication. Every homework I gave them, even right now, they're still doing some of the projects. Some of them they're still doing, and they'll hand them to me. The dedication, and then Monica is in Atlanta, Georgia, US, okay? And then Lucy is in Kisumu, Kenya. They wake up and they have a Zoom call almost twice a week. And I'd be doing it more than twice a week. And they do a lot of projects together. Most of the projects I gave them were based on data science, working on data sets, like the Titanic data set. They worked on so many other data sets in addition to the credit, like for approving credit for the banking industries and all that. But you'll find out that the libraries they used, the data set they used, the programming language they used, those are the same things which are being used in the industry in real life. So to answer your question, their success is based actually on them. They made it happen. They could as well drop if they wanted, but they kept on pumping it. They kept on making sure that it's where they want it to be. So the dedication part of it, they're very determined. Even
Can I
for
add something?
yes, please. Go
You're
ahead.
done. Well, I'm just saying this from Monica is my best friend, good friend, known her for years. And the one thing is she's a wife, a mother to 3 kids, and she has 2 who are under 2 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm saying this to say that Nancy, Esther, Violet, you guys have it the best time. You're doing this at the best time. So you will have to put in the time. I have logged in into their Kamukonjis at 5 in the morning in Atlanta. And I have logged in at 1 a.m. in Kenya. So they have, and this was actually almost every day. It was an everyday affair for them. I know we may not have all that time. We may not have time to, but we have to sacrifice. That's the one thing I know. And the other thing is, if there are any people who are selfless with information, it's the 2 of them. And I think that is also part of their success. They have pulled one another because Monica has experience in data analysis, as she said, and Lucy has experience in programming. So they brought that together and they made it happen. So for us, we have to, the bars have been set so high, but we have to surpass it. We have to work together and we have to make it happen. And thank you to George and Jackie. You guys, you don't have to do this. You guys have been in your careers for long. You are seasoned IT people. You could be enjoying your Saturday weekend, somewhere. But you have chosen to share this information and whatever you know and the experience you have with us, and we just have to honor that and put in the extra, like even if it's 5-10% extra or 100%. I mean, we have to do this. I know, and I don't know whether I told George, but I think I spoke to Monica. I have a colleague who went to a data science boot camp in Georgia Tech, and he did it for 6 months and he paid $12,000. The problem is right now he's still on the same position that he was in, because in a school, they just need you to get done and get out. They need you to get done, get out, then the next class start. And for him, he's a data analyst, but has no programming. So, but he was in class with people who are system admins who are just coming in to get a certification in data science, and their companies were paying for them. So they didn't have anything to lose, but he paid out of his pocket. And right now he's still stuck. He cannot apply his learning into anything. So he's stuck, and he's out of $12,000, but he can't use whatever he learned because he was not able to get the at hand, the information, like, being able to call George anytime, being able to ask him, okay, I didn't understand this, can you please explain? And he'll break it down to the littlest thing. Just taking time, even for today, for Saturday. If it was a school, you were supposed, if I was going to Georgia Tech, I'm sure they would have told me, make sure you know HTML, go figure it out. So I'm honored to be here. and I know that we'll make it. And I know Monica and Lucy are willing and are open to hold our hands, and I can't wait. I'm just excited. So thank you for all you're doing. And Kahoot number 2, we can do this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Really. I have a question from the 7 participants who are already in today or right this time. Who is willing to pull through without any excuse of not doing it?
I'm here.
You're there? Good.
Yeah.
Also willing.
Okay, we're gonna pull it no matter if it's 10 a.m., 10 p.m., 1 a.m. Canadian time stroke Atlanta. I understand.
Yeah. I'm in Atlanta, and I mean, we have to give it. You guys are younger. You're younger than me. I have a husband and 3 kids. Right now, they are somewhere having fun, and I'm here in my house by myself. And I mean, we gotta have to do this.
That's a good encouragement.
Yes, we have to do this. However, we're gonna do it, we just have to do it. So I can only imagine, someone like Violet having all this knowledge and how much, how far she will go. I can't even, it's just, it's amazing. I'm already excited for you. For me, I'm maybe what, almost, I wouldn't say my age, but I won't enjoy this as much as you will. So you will still have a whole lot of time. So please just keep it up. And, yeah.
Let me say something, guys, about age and tech. And I'm going to tell you my age. I don't know how old people are here. I'm 43. I'll be turning 44 in April, right? And I'll say that at my job, I believe, I don't know how old the guy is that I work with, and I believe he's 80 something, if not, he's definitely over 75. You hear me? He's over 75, I believe 80 something, and he's part of the team. So even as they had to let some people go during Corona and were holding the company afloat and stuff like that. And he came back. So with tech, you never go wrong with age. You can do it until you die. You can do it until you're 100. As long as you are really good and passionate about what it is that you're doing, you never really get outdated. If you keep your skill set up, no one is ever going to outcompete you. These are things that you can retire with, as you can coach on them, you can keep working, you can own your consultancy firms, you can keep training the younger people. So do not knock yourself out and say somebody's going to enjoy it longer than you. It depends on their life journey. But I'm 44, and my love and passion for tech, I intend to do it until the day I die. And I intend to be good at it until the day I die. That's the reason I'm sitting here. This is not even necessarily my field, but I'm listening and I'm like, oh my God, okay, this is really cool. And I pick so much out of you guys. What do I do with this information? I use it in the boardroom. I can use it in an interview. I can use it as a conversation piece. So it's about you getting better. It's whatever your journey becomes an individual journey. First of all, you take it with this that you're in class for, then you fight for this. And then when you get where this wants to take you, you decide what it is that you want to do. But if you want to do tech until you're 100 years old, and as long as God gives you a sound mind, never put yourself out. You can be better than somebody who's 20 if you put in the time and effort, considering that you also have had the time in the game. If I can just make you understand from that point, don't count yourself out on age.
Oh, that's true, Jackie. I'm encouraged.
Yeah.
I will not, and all I can say is that I'm determined and I will give in my best. All I know is I'll carry it through and I'll not drop out. That one I know for sure. If I'm alive, gonna not give up to the end.
There you go.
Yes.
President Owen said that the bar has been set so high. Maybe it will be the beginning of a new joke, but together we'll make it.
Yes, we will.
Yes.
Jackie, we
Yes.
are the same age, so
Don't count yourself out.
I'm not.
I'm
No,
also
I'm not
doing that. Okay.
I'm not counting myself out. I was just
Mm.
trying to show that these, the younger people, they have this opportunity as such an opportune time that they don't have so much going on in their life.
I got you.
Because, like now I woke up at 5 in the morning and did some work and had to do grocery, came back and logged in for Monica's. I had to cook, But for
Yeah.
them, I'm just trying to show them that if I can do it, they
Right.
can do it,
Right.
They have no excuse whatsoever,
Yeah.
So I just want to, just pump them up and be like, we can do this.
Thank you.
Because I have been I'm a GIS analyst, so
Oh,
geographic information science.
Great.
It's coming up, so it's still very new.
Mm-hmm.
And I know most people will always be like, what is that? What do you do? I'm used to that.
Right.
And as you said, even in Monica's presentation, that sometimes you find yourself all alone, like no one looks like you.
Right.
No one's in your color.
Right.
In a whole boardroom. But you know what? Accent or no accent, they will listen to you when you have your expertise.
Right.
They will listen to you and they will make time to even understand your accent.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh
Because no
yeah.
one else has the information. They're like, we need to understand what she's saying.
Yes. So I have been in a place, I've been in most of actually it's just now that we are getting more female GIS people. I have always been in a place where I'm the only lady and a whole boardroom of, I'm not racist, but I will say this.
Right.
White men.
Right. You stepped into the male
Yes.
dominated white Caucasian. And that's really, really good for you. I'm happy that you've actually managed to get into something that very many people have been unable to.
Yeah, and even to a point where you go, I remember one time we went for a lunch meeting, and they were looking at me like, other people were looking at me like, so we were meeting, so we were a group of guys from our consultants from our group were meeting with other consultants, and they were looking at me like, am I the manager in the hotel? Am I the waitress?
Oh my,
yes.
I'm sorry.
And I was the one presenting.
Oh,
something.
There you go.
So, and you know what? That's life. We have to accept it. That's how it's life. But you know what you do? You shut them down with what you have and what you know.
There you go.
They will not say anything else to you. They will pull your chair for you when you do that.
And knowledge is always power, I'd say, and then also just getting A level at your game. I'm in another chat group where, and I'm gonna get in touch with you on the side. I'm in a chat group where they were looking for somebody with a skill set like yours. And then I remembered I had it somewhere, but I couldn't remember who had that skill set. So they were saying, well, this is new. So I'm gonna look for that chat again and then see and ask you the question they had or whatever it was. I needed to remember who you are. So I'm glad that you've actually brought it up again. And then please tell me the title. GIS is for what? Geographical information?
Geographical information science.
Okay, geographical.
Yeah. So it's a system. It's just like SAP. So it's a geographic information system. So the system handles a lot of data, and then eventually you map it. The products are either a map or a report or pie charts and histograms and all that. So
Emily, do you guys use a lot of SHP files?
we use CSV files. And actually have some Python, because we used to do, you can manipulate the data with Python scripting. And that's just a very overview of the whole thing, but it's really interesting.
Maybe Emily, one day, the way we typically have these meetings, me got remember the way we had that one on Tech PM, and then we had it on what you do. Maybe Emily one day can give us an hour on what exactly does she do, because it's so new, guys have no idea. It'd be nice, Emily, if you could tell us what exactly is the system. What does it do? We would love to know.
I'll put together something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Because this, you see what we're doing now, this is what we've been lacking for years. So the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Indians, they always have something going on and they will not let you in.
No, they won't.
Yeah, so them, they have their own network. And then even jobs, I know some people, they even interview for each other.
I know, I have, yes, that one I know.
Somebody gets hired, they don't know nothing. But
yeah.
But you have to be resilient. Like Monica got, I'm not talking about, but she is that kind. She got into SAP the same way, this way.
Yeah.
That's how she got into SAP. And yes, so she, that one, I have no even question.
Yeah.
I know she's gone already. She's not going, she's gone.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing to know, that determination about somebody. And then also, you know, when you have people like this in your corner and you actually watch them and you actually see results. So like, for example, the way we're all sitting in this class, we're talking about how determined we are. And then, you know, you start and maybe day one, you're not, you know, day one is day one. People are whoever they are day one. And then month 6, you're actually seeing results like, oh my God, this person actually got this job, they're leading this. And then you're like, if you did not apply yourself, you know, you can want to die. You're like, yeah, 6 months. If I had been serious like this person, even me, my life would have been here. You know what I mean? It's nice to surround yourself with people like that, because they'll keep you on your toes. In case, you know, sometimes you fall off a little bit, maybe you're a little bit not as serious as you needed to be. But when you're around people like that, a lot of people always pull each other to head in the right direction.
Yeah, I owe my attendance to Monica right now.
There you go.
I would say that, and I know I've told George that previously, because we were supposed to take the intro together.
Right.
But then work, and I was like, I kept being like, I will come in on Saturday, I'll come in on Saturday. And she was like, you need to get into the next one. You better get in.
There you go.
So, because we'd been talking about it, we were sharing, you know, and we were actually gonna look for online data science, maybe master's degree or another certification or something. Then this came up, and yeah. So I guess just we need to pull each other up and kind of just watch out for each other. If you see someone, you know, and don't judge. If I ask you for help.
And you see, I believe that these conversations, like for me, when you're telling me about GIS and I'm like, what is this you're talking about? You know, sometimes it's like when you hear about something, then you research more, and then you're like, oh, okay, this is something. But if we didn't have this conversation, it may have been something that never crossed my mind ever, you know?
Yeah.
So it's in those things.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm very glad you guys, we are having this conversation. And this is going to be really good. 6 months from today, we're going to talk about something else. Hey, you know, you got a promotion, you got a job, you move somewhere, but based on, you know, what you did, looking behind. Don't drop, Violet. I see you trying to decide. Sleeping? I know Violet.
I'm here.
In a different time zone now. Just keep on. You have very good team, so keep on. You have to get that teamwork right, so you can get it together. Normally, the homework is what kills people. Like sometimes you did not finish. Don't be afraid to come and say, I did not finish. Give me more time. Don't give up. Yeah.
And is it okay if you can team up and do the homework?
Yeah.
Okay.
Monica and Robert and also Lucy, they used to do that. When I started giving them the data science,
Yeah, because I'm thinking of that. That
Yeah.
one now kind of will
And
require.
you can always look me in if you want more tip or additional help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can jump in and then I guide you guys. I even give you some codes and then you run so long as you understand it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now that you're doing, now you're already in GIS, I think this one of the projects I'll give you guys for the GIS. So
That would be nice.
yeah, so you can go map those things out, and then probably the one based in Kenya. I see there's some very good Kenya administration boundaries,
Yes.
sections,
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, so you can know the counties, or you get to know the constituencies or the wards.
Yeah.
You just do it in Python, but
Mm-hmm.
dynamically you consume that data set,
Yeah.
the shape file. Yeah.
Uh-huh. That would be nice. That would be really nice because I've been trying to see. I was thinking about it and wondering how I know there, and I have seen people who are GIS
Mhm.
data scientists.
Yeah.
So where it meets, that's
Yeah, that's where they involve. So you can say for example, tomorrow you get tapped by the City of Atlanta Police Department.
yeah,
We want you to develop for us some kind of website whereby it can report, let's say, the type of crimes we get in different areas.
mhm,
We want the dispatch department and the ambulance and the police also to use the same website,
yeah,
you know, and we can basically interact with it, get to know the information and give us the feedback. And we also can make changes based on those feedback.
mm-hmm. Okay.
That
I'll
would
talk to you about that. Yeah.
Mhm. So
It,
I'm gonna make it happen. So one of the projects will be on that because we're gonna do about 4 different projects, but one of them,
okay.
yeah,
Okay. That would be nice.
yeah. I'll try not to repeat what I gave Monica and Lucy and Robert. I'll try, not that I don't trust you guys, but you want to widen the scope and you want to diversify the problem.
Yeah, and I think that way it gives people different, exposure.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we did a lot of healthcare, like
Mm-hmm.
diabetes, like heart heart disease,
Mm-hmm.
and whatever we did is not really accurate because those are very small data sets,
Yeah.
but they give you an idea of what will happen if you have to use this. What
Mm-hmm.
if this time around we just decide, let's go ahead and see based on the pictures we receive at the mammogram. Between those pictures, maybe we collect maybe over 200,000 of them. We want to create a system to be able to look at those pictures and then tell us who is most likely to get breast cancer. You know, breast cancer is not only for women, it's also for men too.
Yeah.
You didn't know, yeah. So we can do that so that we can be reading data files in using some different libraries. And then we feed into the system and the system give us the feedback and then decision making based on the percentage. If it's high percentage, then there's a high likelihood of, hey, we need to let this guy know. Let them come in and maybe sit with the doctor, make some decisions if it's something you want to do. Say, hey, if you, let's say you come from a family whereby your mom, your sisters, and maybe your grandma, all across the board had breast cancer, then there's a very high likelihood that it's in the chromosome, like it's in the DNA. Then something needs to be done. Like, what's the name of the? I can't remember that. One of the actors, she had to go for double.
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina had to do that so she can reduce that likelihood of getting breast cancer. And those are based on the data set. We can just decide, hey, this data set has never been worked on before. If it's clean or if it's not clean, can we make it clean and then we use it? Okay, you can go like, so you see in Africa, everything just happened haphazardly. You see, you don't have any way of even knowing, okay, the traffic pattern in Nairobi. In life, everything follows a pattern. I know it's very heavy in the morning, heavy in the evening, maybe sometimes during daytime, it's heavy in certain areas. That traffic pattern, we can actually train it. You can, I mean, you can use a data set to train a system so that it can give feedback to, let's say, the planning, if there is planning county of Nairobi, to be able to see, hey, we probably need to make the roads wider and then put more traffic lights and maybe put more police out there so that it can help control the traffic. But you see, over here in the US and most of the first world countries, those are some of the decisions they make. You know, like in China, I'm sure they do that. In Hong Kong, they do that. You know, there are big screens in the control center somewhere, just taking information every time, come in, take pictures and basically process them and make decisions. And when they meet, they know exactly what they need to do. If there's a pothole, the pothole will be repaired. So we might look into some of those. So you guys just get ready for that. And I can't wait to get started on that part of it. But remember, the basics I'll be sending you will be on statistics. Make sure you understand this, because those will come into play when we start working with scikit-learn and those other modules for manipulating data set to give us the feedback of the decision we need to make based on this. So we need to understand, for example, standard deviation, the mean, the variance, you know, the ANOVA. I'm gonna be bombarding you guys with not long but short ones, like 3-4 pages. Just read through it, give you a rough idea. Yeah, life is all mathematics. If that means anything.
It does, Mika. There's always some kind of a pattern.
There's a
And
pattern.
we're headed in that, based on the patterns.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So unless you guys have any question, I think I'm gonna have to let you guys go so you can take care of other businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Violet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
See you
you,
tomorrow.
guys.
Thank you.
See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Jack.
Bye. Take
Bye.
care.
Please share the audio.
I'll share the video. Yeah. Once we finish it, it's gonna take a few more minutes for it to download and then renderize and then upload it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Right.